Good afternoon and welcome everybody to the deliberations process with the Otago Regional Public Transport Plan. I don't think I need to make any introductions. It's the same panel that have been working on the plan for a few days, and same staff members. We've also got Lorraine here as Transport Manager with us today as well. Welcome, Lorraine, and Kylie, our slight change from our administrator that we've had the last few days. So welcome, Kylie, as well. So I think I've got this straight. We have a slideshow that Robin and Jack will step us through. That's step one. Step two, we are going to work through the FARE recommendations and the hearings report. It's our second task, and then the third one was to look at the updated recommended changes that staff have suggested for in response to the verbal submissions that we've received. And so we'll work through that as our third task, and then I'm sure we can have cover off anything else that we need to after that. So we'll go to Robin and Jack, and with the slideshow presentation. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Councillor Noon. So we're just going to take you through a slide deck to help clarify some of the questions we received from the panel last week. So these are all the questions that weren't covered off in our session on Friday.
Okay,
Screen, please.
okay, so just running through. Great. So just to introduce this, we had a range of matters that we are looking just to give a bit more information on based on previous discussions. This is thrown together a little bit quickly, so it's a little bit it's not extremely polished, but I think we hope it provides some good information. So feel free to jump in, Robin, if there's anything you want and same with the other end. But so
and you're happy for us just to jump in with questions as we work our way along?
Please.
Yes, please.
I
think best to keep this informal. So the so this was just a question about the total mobility financial position and the deficit that council was having to make up from the council report, which is about $535,000, which is pretty substantial in the context of the total mobility spend, and this is largely due to the one quarter of the full taxi fare rather than one half, which it used to be, due to Community Connect. So while the NZTA is paying the difference on a trip by trip basis, there's just a ton more trips, which I'm sure that would have all been summarised to you in the previous council paper. There was also a question about the Ministry of Transport review of the total mobility scheme. There was a previous paper by Emma Cagney, Bridget Doran, but the overall review is still in progress. We got a bit of a straight back response to the request.
Yeah, we did email them last week after your request, and we basically got, we can't tell you anymore, just check the website.
So we would anticipate that that total mobility review has been a target for a very long time, and governments have struggled to move forward. We would certainly think there might be some increased impetus given the funding challenges everyone's seeing.
So the council has agreed. Our deficit that we were looking at, though, wasn't all 535, was it, that we agreed to? It was just to carry us on the financial year, or was that? Okay, sorry, I'm just checking. I haven't read up to the March paper. Was it so the council has agreed to 535, or was that the future year?
What you agreed to do was to fund it through to the end of this year, with the budget that we've allocated for next year, and then we come back with for next year.
Okay, we're going to need a microphone for you. Sorry, yeah, might need another. But so the amount, what was the amount that we did on the 19th of March? It was a different amount. I don't know. So that, it was 400 something that we took from next year into this financial year, carried it back, leaving a deficit for next year.
That's right.
Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Thank you.
Can I just follow that up? Wasn't there also an opportunity to potentially retrospectively fund it with a NZTA subsidy?
Not an additional subsidy, but we are working through, because this is not an issue for ORC, it's an issue, well, it is an issue for ORC, but it's not an issue only for ORC, it's a national issue. So we're working through the options in terms of meeting that deficit.
So we're going to go into next year with a deficit carried over from the current year.
We're going to go into next year with a deficit in the budget for what we anticipate will be the costs of total mobility for next year. That's cash flowing.
So, and it's important here, we've got a lot of people doing total mobility who, and there's obviously some people in absolute need, like the submitter, whose name escapes me right at the moment, Fiona, who couldn't be able to get on the bus. There are others who, given possibly slightly more help on the bus, requiring a driver, would be able to go onto a bus and free up some of that total mobility. The question I have, and I think I know the answer, do we have any flexibility to limit the number of people who can use total mobility if, and ensure that the people most needing it, or is the total mobility option fairly broad and we have no role in that? Can we pick the winners is basically it?
Not really.
No.
The system's quite, we're administering a system that we just have a role to play. There's like there are people who can use public transport but still be eligible for total mobility because it's around like their ability to be able to access public transport at a time.
Yep.
And so if they qualify, and they may well do, then we provide those services.
That's just what I thought might be the case. I just needed to check it because what could perversely happen is we get 3/4 of the way through the year or even halfway through the year, have no budget left, and basically have some very difficult decisions about the access for the next half year for people on total mobility.
Yeah, there's.
If they meet the eligibility criteria.
Yeah, so sorry, but those who can't do PT as an alternative, those people who can do PT will still have options. There will be some people who have absolutely no options, except for taxi.
Well, thank you for the update here. It's out of our control in terms of the MOT review, and yeah, we'll just have to watch this space.
This one should go to Robin.
Yep. So the next
Given her background.
the next question was around the bus loop. And so we just pulled out some key things from the report that was presented in 2020. So I guess the first thing for me just to think about is what problem is the proposed bus loop trying to solve in context of our bus network. And yeah, the 2020 report proposed 4 possible route options and linked some key destinations around the city. It was seeking to serve a different function than existing services, but it would not serve a different geographical area than what is already currently served. So in conclusion, a central bus loop service generally does not meet the preconditions in accordance with the NZ funding criteria at the time, as the primary objective is not to reduce private vehicle trips or provide significant congestion relief. Even if an alternative strategic case could be pitched to NZTA, the exceptionally high levels of patronage required to generate a positive BCR seem unrealistic, and therefore funding from alternative sources would be required. And so just to give a sort of update on that, the loop service still would have a poor alignment with current government priorities also. The key risks from the report were lack of demand. Operational risks related to the service reliability and buses backing up and congestion within the central city. The legislative risks, so under PTOM, legislation prevents operators of existing services under our existing contracts by preventing the imposition of a new public transport service which could extract patronage from that existing service. So taking patronage from our existing services. The report also considered loop services of a similar nature in a number of different other cities. And I guess the key conclusion is that there are high expectation for the service to be free. The security of funding required is a risk. And there was also some poor behavioural outcomes with those services. And so I guess our final question is, compared with the other aspirations our plan has for service improvements, what's our case for prioritising this type of investment?
Thanks for circulating the report. I did sort of skim read it, but I think there's a good summary that you've got there, and the key take home for me is the inability for us to line up a loop route type service with government policy. It's literally impossible. Obviously, even trying to make it aligned, which it can't be, it ends up with a low BC and all the other risks that you've talked about impacting on existing services, etc. And I sort of think in the back of my mind, it would be the icing on the cake if you had full coverage of services across the city that met, the majority of the needs of the customers. We had full coverage across the region, that we had, good regional connectivity, and we had good uptake or support for community transport as well. So I think it's something that would be a really, really nice to have, but it's not within the reach of this organisation, or it hasn't got support from our key funder. And it's something that needs to go on the shelf in the meantime.
So we had some questions about the cost of maybe suggested regional connections. So I've tried to give a bit of an overview of characteristic costs we see in operating bus services. So these are some broadly drawn numbers, because the numbers are always going to depend on the details. But I think when you think them through, you can sort of see some logic of them. So if we consider the situation we have as a start point, is some of our services in Queensland run a 7-day timetable, the same service every day, so they're still being used full time. That's going to use about 2 or a bit more full-time equivalent drivers. So that's going to come out to about $200,000 a year for driver costs. The distance costs may be of the order of $100,000, and you might also get $100,000 a year for the cost of the bus. That $100,000 would sort of be the purchase price of the bus, divided by the lifetime of the bus times a bit of adjustment for interest rates and alternative things you could do with the cash. So those are the sort of characteristic things we see in our contractual rates. We would see in urban areas, we would see this $100,000 distance cost be a bit lower, because the energy use is a bit lower on slow urban streets. The energy loss will be higher on the open road, and that can be quite substantial. And doubly so with electric buses, the difference is a bit more. Electric buses will be lower in distance costs than diesel buses, maybe a little bit higher in purchase price. So in reality, we'll seek to reduce costs in the various ways. Obviously, when we reduce service hours and we reduce weekend service, those labour costs are very significant. So you make pretty good cost savings by reducing those service hours. You'll also reduce costs by running service that are a bit more peak focused. So that will get you some good cost savings to a point, but the cost of the bus is unchanged, and the labour savings are less than a 9 calculation will give you, and that's because of things like split shifts that make these services less attractive. Operators will have to negotiate those costs with the drivers, with the unions, and pay drivers for a decent amount more than they're actually out driving for those split shifts. And we always had questions about vehicle type. The query that was prompting this was asking about smaller vehicles and regional services. So there's always going to be good value for money when you're sweating assets for longer. Using those diesel buses, particularly the peak of the peak buses, they're only being used 1 or 2 trips a day. Sweating those assets and using them for the full lifetime is going to be really significant in terms of saving costs. But there's going to be more limited efficiencies in your vehicle types. Small vehicles aren't going to be that much cheaper than big vehicles until they get to the point of being very, very small. And once they're at the point of very, very small, then the benefits of them are also quite a lot less. And as has been discussed around various requests, it's very difficult to justify an extra off-peak sort of fleet and your costs. So just to give some loosey-goosey calculations of how much certain Dunedin, these are capital where Dunedin routes cost. Dunedin route 1's our Palmerston route. It might be your model for another regional service to Belcluthe to Outram on road. That runs with 2 vehicles. It's very peak focused. So they're not necessarily being used all day. It costs maybe $500,000 a year. A little indeterminate and uncertain in the cost of that kind of service. Dunedin route 8 is our model of a frequent route. It uses 7 vehicles. It runs all day with no real extra peak frequencies, reduced services on evenings and weekends. That's $2.5 million a year, so that's sort of $350,000 per bus. And Route 77 is a similar number of vehicles, but they're mostly being used at the peak. Only 3 of them being used off peak. So there's about $1.7 million on that. And just that Route 8 number also gives us a good example of what it costs to improve a half-hourly service to a frequent service, which will be a very common improvement target in the Dunedin network and in the future in the Queensland network as well. And that's probably about half the Dunedin retake cost, which makes sense. So 1 million to 1.25 million sort of area. So those are some of the characteristic costs you're going to face, and probably most desires for new services, whether at the regional level or at the urban level, we can probably scope them up roughly along those lines and with those sort of comparisons, which is probably interesting when you think also about some of the fares numbers we'll present in some future slides as well.
So can we, that's the costs. Do we know, for the costs, sorry. Do we know do we know the income on those? Because there is an argument that we should be concentrating on what the income balance is.
So given our 20% private share recovery, with I guess if you presume.
No, I don't want to presume. I actually want to know those figures.
Yeah.
So and this is a difference between perception and reality, is whether there are some routes that we're actually above, and we should be concentrating on that sweet spot of, so that we can provide the other services, because it may be that upping these ones gives you more money to do the other stuff. There is
a reasonable spread in terms of the cost of recovery, but even the top routes will not be more than 50% cost recovery. So these costs will still be reasonably characteristic across the network.
Yeah, no, that's the cost, but it's the income.
Cost.
Yeah, so it's the income that I'm just trying to,
Sorry, we're giving you the rule of thumb costs to consider, like regional connectivity.
Sorry.
You can pretty much guarantee that the regional connective service are not going to be those services that we should, like the number 8s.
Route 8. Yeah.
Route 8 definitely is one.
Yeah.
And we will always focus on those.
Yeah.
But this is probably not intended to make you start choosing between existing services. It's to give you a rule of thumb guide for if we want to bring in new services, roughly what they would cost as fixed route buses.
And Route 1 here is by far the one that we should be concentrating on, because at
Yes.
more 100K.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be very characteristic of regional services. You'd be a bit cheaper if you didn't run any off-peak trips and things like that.
But this just got me, what is the word? Starts with L, and it's not legitimate. Find it easier to read them. Shouldn't we be starting talking about D1 and Q1? Because having two Route 1s is
Yes, I do have some of that in the data
legible, is, yeah,
understands. Yes, no, I do have some D1s in my data. So
yeah.
Or
getting rid of having crossovers, double ups.
Yeah, agree.
That's, sorry, you go. No, no, go.
Just in terms of the private share targets that the GPS requires, based on this, is it fair to say introducing a new sort of regional connector route is gonna reduce our overall private revenue share, whereas something like increasing a connector to a 15-minute could increase our private revenue share overall.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
And especially at the outset, because you need to build up ridership as well.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And,
Or you've got latent demand you didn't know about.
and in general, lower service levels will give you higher private share recovery. Probably even on your strong routes. So.
This is really useful information because it, as we went through the hearing process and seeing the submissions, as an elected member, you sort of need numbers floating around in your head to sort of understand because where this is taking us in the future. But clearly, NZTA do not have a policy that supports regional connectivity at the moment in terms of way of 51% subsidy. So one of the reasons why I asked that question about the numbers was trying to understand whether there's a possibility. I don't expect the answer today because I think it's a conversation further down the track. Whether there's the ability to somehow secure that balance of the 51% through that community partnership. I think is that actually realistic? It's something in the back of my mind.
We've had some discussions. We might come to some of those deliberations as well.
We've got a proposed sort of
Can I just
policy
be
around
clear
some of
though?
that.
Are you thinking that by having community support, we would persuade NZTA?
No.
No.
What I'm trying to do is think of a way. I'm going to use this term because I don't care whether they get pulled up for to skin the cat a different way. We can't. NZTA.
The possum would be better.
Okay. I'm talking about a feral cat. Okay. Anyway, put that to one side. But I'm just trying to think what other way can we achieve the same outcome? So, yeah.
These guys have got something for you.
We'll be interested in your feedback on that table.
No, good. Thank you.
And I guess that just in general, thanks for that feedback, but the purpose of these slides is kind of to build up that broader context so that we can have these discussions as we go through. Yeah.
So this was just some of the requests for possible changes to maps. This was our little summary of some potential changes, which might be to the.
This is sort of summarising from what we discussed on Friday. Although just saying that we went to 3 to 6 rather than 3 to 5 to align with funding cycles.
We have this on the table as well. So, do we want to? Is there much for us to say about it right now?
I don't think so. But did that cover off the questions? I think we weren't sure we quite covered off your question. That was initially there, Councillor Wilson from earlier in the week. I know we talked about it to some degree on Friday. But just adjusting those maps, is that going to be sufficient to answer that question?
Yeah, I think that we would be absolutely frustrating people in Akaputha and Monica and Oamaru if we weren't doing 3 to. I think we need to be. The reality maybe it'd be maybe 5 years, but we need to be in the best position to be spending the next 3 years planning and then to understanding what that might look like, and then advocating for the next NLPP. And I think we'd miss the bus if we didn't have that planning done first. So I think the second one has to change. I have been, the grey lines were just doing my head in here, and I think understanding what those integral exempt services might be is actually putting in city and stuff in there, so we actually understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, because and I'm loath for potential. I mean, they are community transport, but they really have to have really good conversations with the community first, because putting them in there, I'm really worried the expectation we're putting on that community is for really difficult. I mean, did anyone see the news last night in the good sort? The guy from Monroe?
Yes.
$40,000 he's put into the shuttle that's doing service for, that's huge human capacity issues there in Oamaru. And just a slight typo from the clients, but that's okay.
I think to me, there's an underlying assumption in those maps of, this is subject to dot.
Yeah.
Maybe we could be more explicit if you think that's sort of not clear enough, but it's definitely subject to, GPS and stuff like that. And so we do want to have those things on there in case, for when the opportunities do arise as early as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I want to put them in earlier is if we don't put them in earlier, then we cannot advocate that they should go in earlier.
Yeah.
If they can always be pushed out. But as far as resilience and a few other things going, I know as South Island Regional Chairs, we are really trying to start painting the picture to say this is minimum expectations of good investment.
So the next slide about zonal fears. Many submissions suggest there was lack of detail in the zone proposal, which is fair enough. Just a few little bits of emphasis here. Although the zone proposal isn't fully developed and there's another piece of work still to be done, we would certainly expect minimal zones in some sense, as per the maps and the draft plan. And these would create a position where at least most urban trips will still be operating under flat fares. We wouldn't want to return to the steepness of price, and a lot of submitters said this, of the old fare structures up to $11. A lot of opposition to zones was somewhat premised on it being a return to old zones. And conversely, balanced fares for longer trips are really important to the regional aspiration that we've talked about a lot. Even though we did a reasonable balance of submissions in favour of general flat fares, when you look at at how people from Upper Clotha or Balclotha responded to those sort of questions, the service was more important than the affordability of the fares. And looking at this is an example of how zones are presented in Taranaki. They can still be made to look quite simple. With the way you can see, Taranaki would have flat fares within New Plymouth, and then a network of reasonably irregular regional services, still only $3, $4, $5 for the longest trips, which are quite long there. So this is an example of how a regional zone can be presented in a fair way.
So just checking the reading I have of that. So if I was going from Eltham in 4th zone to Stratford in 3rd zone, that would be a B card $3.
Yes.
And if I was going to the 2, then it would be another $1. Yeah.
Correct.
To Inglewood. Okay.
Okay.
I think you're exactly right. Sorry. But that's definitely felt what we heard was a resistance to the zoning system of the past.
Yeah.
And sure, there's also going to be some natural opposition to, from people in Portobello or Chalmers or something, where they might be just outside those zones in the maps or whatever. I think what you've outlined here sort of is pretty good. And then on top of that as well, for regular commuters, there's some fare capping which can help stem, even if you are going across multiple zones, if you're doing that multiple times a day, that can get brought down.
So a little bit of a summary just of concession funding, just to give a bit of an overview of where we're at. I don't know if you want to speak this.
You
Rob, or
go.
me. I'll go ahead.
Well, yeah,
So
I'll talk the risk if you like.
so this is just a reminder of where we've gotten to in the rather complicated past few years. I think so we had a community connect program which was half price fares on quite a lot of groups and free fares for under 12s. So we had these big discounts, and in all these cases, the discount from our own original concession was 100% funded. So taking us from 60% to 30%, that portion of the thing was 100% funded. Similarly with community service cards, and the total mobility was part of that scheme, which is causing all those challenges in our funding levels there. Now community connect's been cut down. Basically, the age parts have been taken out of the scheme. It's just community service and total mobility, but they're still operating on the same. It's still a 100% Crown funded concession. That 100% Crown funding is quite important when we consider requests for bespoke concessions, a student concession or a disability concession. A good portion of students, I don't have a number to hand, will be eligible for community service cards, and a lot of disabled people will be eligible for them as well. So if we were to put on bespoke concessions, the net impact financially could be higher than it would have otherwise been. So we're quite disincentivized financially to put on those bespoke concessions for groups that could get community connect. If there were examples of requests for bespoke concessions for groups that weren't subject to Community Connect or Super Gold, then that would be less of a concern. It would just be our ordinary financial losses of getting less fare revenue rather than that plus losing Crown funds. So as a reminder, and this is with regards to our other concessions which don't have special funding. These concessions, we wouldn't say they're unfunded, but NZTA pays their share. So the way NZTA claims work, just to remind you, we take our total cost less our revenue. So service cost less fare revenue and all the other little bits of revenue we might get. And that difference is 51-49 split. Sometimes, as was the case in the last 3-year period, NZTA might put some conditions on their funding. They might be unhappy with their fare structure as they were 3 or 4 years ago when we moved to the $2 fares. They might say we don't want to fund all of this, so they might adjust the calculations a little bit. So some of the risks if we don't achieve sufficient private share.
Is also everybody clear what the continuous programs? Are you clear also what the NLTP, National Land Transport Program, continuous program decisions means for our operations? Yeah. So
existing service level.
I think we'll just clarify that.
Yeah. So important to clarify. So NZTA funding in the various categories, including public transport, has continuous programs, which is your ongoing work, your existing level of service, which you hope to roll over and keep at the same level, versus improvements which could be low cost, low risk improvements or large business case improvements, which are less certain as to whether you will receive that funding. However, there's a risk to both fundings. So
and also decisions that we sometimes bring to you on requests, and then council approves, and they may just be additional to services that like Route 1 that sits in our continuous program, but aspects of them are not
So they can
considered.
actually, if we were to put another bus there, it would be an increase of service, and we'd have to either fund it individually or 100%. Yeah.
It's a really important concept to get over, because that's kind of, I guess, what we think of as our business as usual, what everyone expects. If we don't get all our continuous program through the NLTP, we're forced to cut services. So I think we were really lucky in the last round, we got 96% of our continuous program. And that's where that comes into these risks piece, and we talk about risks. I think the key risk here for me in particular is when NZTA review us and they rate us, if we're doing everything they say, we've got a much higher chance of getting our continuous program and possibly some improvements. If they rate us poorly, the risk is that rather than getting 96% of our continuous program, we might get 60%, we might get 70%, we don't know, and then we're forced to cut services.
Or increase rates.
Or increase rates, obviously. And then again, I guess the more we toe the line, so to speak, the more likely we are to get improvement funding as well. So I just put there, it's a moderate risk, I guess, in terms of continuous program, but probably a very high risk to us to the new stuff, new improvements and extending networks and regional services, and particularly things that don't align with their priorities.
Yeah, and I would also just clarify, I wouldn't just be a question of compliance with NZTA expectations. It would also be a question just of performance.
Yeah.
How do the patronage numbers look? So it's not just about being good and meeting what NZTA wants of us. It's also about our performance looking good, just to not be totally unfair.
Yeah.
And when you say performance, is that value for money?
Value for money.
It's one of them.
Yes, but is that the one that we're talking about here in terms of,
It would be.
if we're talking about concessions and
It would be all the
that's
things.
private share
Yeah, in the current,
performance.
Yeah.
in the current
and under
climate,
the current
yes.
GPS, yeah.
Have you got
A
another
bit clear.
100 NZTA concessions in here?
We were just going to give you some examples
Oh,
of
sorry.
children fairs across, I don't know whether you want to
Yeah,
talk
look-
about this now or whether we go to the next one, which then we were just going to give you some
Okay.
examples of,
The next one.
you asked like what we
Okay,
look like
no.
for 40.
Again, because NZTA were critical that we didn't give the full picture. So if I went back to the previous slide, I think putting the child fare, free fare from 1 to 5 in there.
Yeah.
It may not be under Community Connect, but I think we have to be really realistic, and you haven't got Super Gold in there.
No,
Yeah, and that maybe
we ran our road on the slide.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. I actually think that this, and done in a slightly different way, it's a really good starter.
Yeah.
Is making it really clear the systems that we work under as a one pager in here somewhere. But Super Gold certainly has to be in there, and that free 1 to 5, and then working out what that maths looks like. Because they are different in different hours.
Yeah.
I think it's a really, NZTA deserve to be acknowledged as a funder.
Yeah.
And understanding all of that, I think that's really cool, but useful, especially going forward. I'm not so worried about, I think there's a lot on here that's about past stuff, which we have to understand the purpose of consultation, which may not be necessary for the actual final document.
Okay. So we'll keep on pressing through this because but NZTA gave some answers about the balance of what different concession levels are taken in different places. The general answers they gave were correct. Most PTAs except Invercargill have a single concession level for 5 to 18. Most tend to have 50% concession when you count council by council. There's quite a lot of variations on that though. It's certainly not close to 100%. Some don't even have child concessions or have slightly odd operations, and several have 40%. And notably that goes Auckland. I think I might have commented that earlier. So that's quite a large percentage of the country does operate under 40%. Here's the Ekin example. They did include a small 19 to 24 concession.
And so these have just come through very recently, like as part of their RPTP. So I guess just noting there that the 50% discount, but on a higher fare. They've gone for $3 as their base adult fare, and then they've included a youth fare, which again probably around the fare value as opposed to the discount value. And they've signalled annual increases and then moving to a zonal based fare from February. So kind of their incremental.
They've also got a student fare as well as the youth fare.
They currently have a student fare, I think,
That's
from the 1st of July that's going, that'll be that 19 to 24, $2.50.
I was reading that. Okay.
So here's just some financial numbers on the child concessions. So there was
this is their paper.
there was a difference between some old numbers that I think were my calculation and what NZTA presented. I would generally say that NZTA was correct. So if we had current patronage levels, then this sort of 480,000 trips would be what we'd get. This would give us, if we reduce the Queenstown youth fares to 40% concession, that would be $389,000 at current fares, which is basically in line with what NZTA said, except that there's a small adjustment for the Queenstown to match Dunedin. Of course, patronage decrease would be quite significant. Child trips have gone from 4 to 5.
So that should be could. Potentially.
Would or could. Okay. So child trips have gone from 4 to 5% to around 8% of trips in Otago since Community Connect. The exact numbers I'd have real reservations on interpreting those. If you want to make an exact prediction, because data is messy and there's various effects going on at the same time, but it's nonetheless clear that it's a very major patronage impact on that group.
Yeah. Sorry, that was my suggestion. It should be cod rather than wood, because again, listening to them about Tauranga, but I'm happy. I'm not telling you what to say.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah. No, I
I'm just
agree.
trying to make sure we're reflecting
Yeah,
your concern.
yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, we don't know, so it can't be a wood.
Yep.
Especially with the proviso at the end.
Okay, any questions about that one? I've got another slide of numbers.
I'll wait for the end.
So here's more information about we've asked about 40, 50. So what would revenue levels be at different under different assumptions? So here's the current revenue, $771,000 from child and youth, which is all from youth, which is 11% of our revenue. A small reduction that if we get Queenstown to match Dunedin at 40%. And then that number from the previous slide, the $389,000 from charging child fares, would give us a good bump up to 1.1 million, which will come to about 18% of revenue. So we'd have about 80% for Community Connect and adult fares, essentially. And then just some adjustments on these numbers. So there's the number, the $1.1 million. If we increase it to 50% concession, it'll be $930,000 plus a bit more for patronage growth. It's important to say that there would certainly be something. And the 60% concession on child or youth would be $746. So this would cancel out the asking children to pay fares. Just important to note, a 50% concession on all child and youth, which some Smith has requested, and that would be coherent with the Community Connect concession in terms of the overall package. That would be comfortably more revenue than a 40% concession, but with free fares for youth, just as a point of comparison.
Sorry, free. That's free. 40% on youth with free 5 to 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
The current, which is
Yeah, sorry.
And is this all assuming no patronage drop in
Yes,
under 12, even though we know there is going to be patronage drop?
So there would obviously be some rebound to cancel out these effects.
Right.
These are very broad brushed.
Yeah.
Just without doing modelling with elasticities and stuff like that. But the assumption is that there would be some drop off.
Yeah.
And so we need to, what that is, hard to tell.
Right. But if that drop is half, then that completely changes these interpretations.
Yeah.
We no longer have. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not a heck of a lot of money.
I guess you can. As I said, the youth's only 18% of revenue, so obviously the lower youth fares means that I think there might be 40% of traps or something of that order. So that's kind of the impact.
So you can make it.
And we also had a question about fare capping. This is the final set of numbers, so it's not too difficult to estimate the revenue impact of fare capping. Patronage impact is a much harder question. But the way the data falls is not so bad. So I've got two weeks. First 7 days of March is March Madness, high patronage time. First 7 days of November is relatively low patronage, but there's no holidays or anything going on. So if we had a daily fare cap, we'd have $350,000 per year at the high level, maybe $300,000 at a low level. If we only have a weekly fare cap of 10 trips, it'll be $317,000. And at high or $230,000, moderate to low. Probably the green numbers are probably more accurate estimates in the end. And there's a few modifications. A cap of 3 trips a day would have almost no impact. A cap of 8 trips a week would have an enormous financial cost, and a cap of 12 trips with a very little financial cost. But obviously wouldn't have much benefit either. And obviously, when you look at the two fare caps together, it's not a straight sum because some trips will be subject to both fare caps. But they're still not too far off being the sum of both. So it's $576 $70,000, 8% of revenue. So that's quite a significant cost. I guess what this shows is that the impact's really not insubstantial. We do need to take some care on it. Consider the trade-offs with other aspects of fare policy we're considering, either zonal fares or these sort of costs might be equivalent to 10 or 20 cents on your base fares. If you're capping, so it's sort of a transfer of costs from one group of users to another group of users, if you have those sort of adjustments. So yeah,
and obviously has an impact on private share as well.
Yeah.
We're sort of thinking probably in the realms of about 1% private share.
yes. So 5% of revenue is 5% of 20%. Private share is 1%. So I'll take from 20 to 19% sort of private share. If it makes sense.
You can ask me. I'm going to ask a question, but you know the stuff better than I do.
I don't know what question you're going to ask, but I guess again, this is assuming no patronage drop from increasing fares or no patronage impact of fare capping. And so fare capping was to keep people that might otherwise turn away because the costs are getting too high. Then that could theoretically neutralize those costs. And even if we're getting, a 1% decrease in our private share, that could be instead of a 3% decrease or something if we're losing a bunch of people because the costs are getting too high.
So in terms of patronage, what we can say is there clearly would be a reasonably substantial increase in patronage of people taking on the free trips once they've hit their cap. The impact on patronage that generates revenue would probably be reasonably minor. It might get more significant in the long term if you think there's a strategic impact. If you think it makes public transport look more attractive, it could drive long term change, but not necessarily short term.
Which maybe not.
Caps could be done not on number of trips, but it could be done on value of trips, couldn't it? Or price of trips.
Yes.
So if we go into a zone of that, is where you'd use that. Super Gold, have we got any experience of people, apart from Anne-Marie Parsons, who wrote a letter about 5 years ago saying how great it was to get free trips and she used to use it all the time. Have we got it? So you just said that making things cheaper, once you get to the cap limit, people will do more trips. Have you got experience or data from Super Gold people doing that?
I don't think we've like for like data very, very easily because you'd have to look at the transition between not having Super Gold and having Super Gold.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, equally Super Gold people, do they use it as just a way of getting out and about and just
Quite
go to
different
free
trip
rides?
purposes too.
Well, potentially, but potentially not.
I think you'd fall back on the wider body of research on that rather than your own data,
That's okay.
which is exactly the sort of discussion we've got here. Robin, do you want to go into this?
Yeah, so we
so
we had a question. I think it was around the Stantec modelling that we had done, and just be interested to know how we're going to monitor and respond to this. I guess the key things here is the data is complex and it's the compounding variables, which is really hard to understand. We do obviously note our patronage, we look at all our data, we try and make our decisions based on our data, but it is hard to often determine trends, particularly when the environment is changing so much and so rapidly and quite significantly over time, so it makes it very difficult. And even with the modelling, modelling's great, but it does hold all other variables constant and just look at that particular variable, which, when I talk about different variables, that might be, the cost of driving a car, parking costs, cost of living in general, any other variables in people's budgets and the environment. And so I guess in presenting this data, we're just trying to be consistent with our performance data, and we do our performance evaluation and network performance reports to the council and PATC. I think that's it. We just use the best information we can at the time, really. So yes, to answer your question, I think is yes, we do, but it's challenging, and those trends are the hardest things to manage. And there's some good examples. Our patronage has month on month continue to grow. And yet a lot of other things have been changing around us. But yeah. Did you want to say on that one?
Yeah, I think I've said it a few times in PATC. It's just, as we've found post-COVID, the future ain't what it used to be, and we just don't. We've had so many changes. You know, we had the unilateral 50% in our patronage group. Why wouldn't it? You know, it's half price for everybody. Then we had the Community Connect. That was half price for some people, and then we didn't have the Community Connect. And our patronage has continued to grow. But I think we've, and what we find really hard to do is, you know, all of that happened through a, you know, a cost of living crisis. But it also happened through post-COVID, which meant that our costs went up considerably because we did significant driver wage uplifts to respond to driver shortages and things like that. And so overall, we don't have, you know, like our private share has been good, but it hasn't been what it might have been. And I guess that's what we're always struggling with. And even when we use our consultants and they keep all things equal, we don't have a lot of contextual data from how we all learn, because you're doing transport economics, public transport economics 101 today. But we're, you know, the way that we learned it, a lot has changed. And I don't think we're still doing a lot of crystal ball gazing, which is quite interesting given that we've got the private share conundrum to deal with at this time.
Yeah, I think the example is, in a lot of that modelling, it's very hard to measure the local fare sensitivities, and so the uncertainty of that's so great that it's more accurate to rely on standard assumptions, which ends so falling back on the research rather than just trying to extract information from the noise of local data.
I mean, the classic was NZTA presented in the discussion document that we had a really high cost of private, you know, public transport versus private use. So, you know, we thought, okay, I was interested when I saw that data, and it seemed a bit counterintuitive. But there it is. It said we don't have a lot of room to move with our fares, and then they seem to argue against their own evidence.
Well, it didn't include parking, which was the key thing, but I guess the argument here is that there was plenty of free parking, so yeah, it's parking's sort of null and void, really.
In Dunedin.
Yeah.
I wish I could find it.
Oh, in Queenstown.
I think the other thing, every report we've had to the committee, you know, highlights the fact that the changes from 2019. So when we're looking at data, it always reminds us that actually when things were so-called normal, we're going to go back to 2019. So it just highlights the challenge, I suppose, you know, how things are moving around so much, policy is moving around, and yeah, what is patronage going to look like going forward, it's tweaks that we make. As you say, it's crystal ball gazing, really.
And household expenditure is just so different post-COVID to what it was pre-COVID.
It's not just parking fees, it's also parking time limits on them, which makes a big difference. And Dunedin has changed that quite a lot. I mean, there used to be quite a lot of 4 hour car parking there. It's very, very limited now from personal experience. But yes, them working, TAs working hand in hand with us on those would, I'm sure, change quite substantially. Yeah. I don't know if it's the data is an interesting one for me in that I don't think we present, and I appreciate it's hard on the current system to get the data, but all the comments about the buses only ever have one person in them and all that sort of stuff, we don't present that data through the route well at peaks or at other times, and so people don't see what they can't see. And I think that is something that we could improve on, but that's at a slightly different level than this.
Okay. Let's shift on to pets policy, because there's always quite a lot of interest in this. We heard that Auckland Transport has a policy to allow large dogs on buses if they have a certified muzzle. We also have information from Greater Wellington going through the exact same process that they included pets and buses as one of their consultation questions. So they were gotten a lot of feedback on it. I think that it was the only split vote of their panel as to whether to do this, but they concluded to retain the current policy, which is relatively restrictive on pets. And Environment Canterbury's also gone through this. They currently have no policy, but they are
No pets on bus.
a no pets on buses policy, and they've proposed to introduce a policy along the lines of our existing policy. There was significant engagement, and they're going to do a little bit more work on it by the sounds of it as well. But that's where they're at now. Also, just to give context internally, because it's important to note that we did consider this in development and not put it in our consultation questions. The reason is that we did go through this in 2020. And we had a draft plan, which is at the bottom of the screen, and that was in line with Auckland's policy, maybe not quite as sophisticated. And this had some support, but it was amended based on submission by blind citizens of Otago who were concerned about people not seeing pets on buses. I can't remember if there were some other ones as well, but that was obviously a relatively recent process. So we didn't include in our consultation questions. If the panel does want to nonetheless pursue requests on pets on buses to move in the direction of Auckland, we'd recommend that it would require further investigation and engagement, given the sensitivities that were identified which prevented a stronger policy in 2020, 2021. So that would be our advice and our recommendation in that area.
Oh, well, my view was that we should be allowing them. I think I didn't like some of the responses which said it had provided for them, because if it's a big dog, it doesn't provide for it. And as someone who walks a large dog most days, not that I'd ever consider taking a farm dog on a bus, people with labs, and if they need to get somewhere, it precludes them. But I had thought, and I had taken note of some of the submissions that were concerned about it. You would say that they should be in the back of the bus, where most of the forward seats are for people in wheelchairs or disabilities or children, and that perhaps spreads that potential risk. But and again, I'm very moot on whether we start charging for some of these things that take an extra seat anyway. But that's where I was at, because I think there are some real wins with having these provided for. And thanks, Mr. Robinson, for his story.
I'm a bit nervous about this one, to be perfectly honest. I wouldn't like us to do anything other than further investigate, and obviously that's what staff are saying. I don't think we can, I suppose, ignore the fact that you sort of got to move with the times and all the rest of it, but I wouldn't like us to create some sort of problem for our existing customers. So, yeah, I'm a bit nervous. I've got a conflict. I've got dogs, but I wasn't convinced. I suppose we're getting into more detail, but Mr. Robertson, I wasn't convinced that if you look at the spread of dog parks throughout the city, we're pretty blessed with the number of dog parks around, and get there by car probably isn't a biggie in my mind. But I would like to see a little bit of an investigation and to see and engage with the stakeholders just to see how practical it would be, and there's just other things that we should be considering as part of that we haven't thought of up to now, reasons not to do it.
So what were the reasons that the Blind Citizens Otago submission outlined, the concerns they had?
I would have to go back to the 2020 documentation to read out the exact details of it. I think
I can guess a few things, but
I remember something about tripping hazards and those sort of concerns. But I'd have to look into the detail.
Obviously, service dogs are the priority.
There's a few submissions in the current process that outline some of those concerns as well, and reasonably unprompted. Obviously the policy was in the full plan, so there is a bit of representation of that in the current process.
not arguing either way. I just think it's noting that the private industry do make it very hard to put dogs in cars, taxis, because they don't want to hear. And so that becomes a real disconnect. There is no other service, so you're driving people to have cars.
And there's concern for token mobility as well for service dogs.
Yeah.
As we heard.
Yeah.
So just a couple more slides before we go into our table and we start getting some final decisions. So this is just some information summarised from a presentation that Danny did some work on, and just understand the landscape and where we're thinking of going in our initial development of community transport. Our submitter from Waikato mentioned a forum, and in fact Daniel and Laura went to that forum in Waikato and probably met that person there. So we would imagine those sort of events would be of interest to us in developing as well. However, this framework, I won't go over all the details of what's on the slide, but it gives a bit of an indication of where some of the thinking is at. I identifying what we're looking for, running through some of the operational details. This question of can vehicle trucks charge fares? There's a bit of a difference in approach between Waikato and Canterbury, and Waikato are commissioning legal advice or going through legal advice as we speak on that question, which might change some of the ways they approach it up there. And obviously questions of the type of sport. I think it's reasonable to say that on balance, the biggest concern we heard from Smith and Sarah was access and funding. But there's also concerns about resource and technical support. And here's some ideas for some of the early work we might do, and some of the questions we might have on community transport. So I think the main purpose of this is just to show that there is a body of work we're developing here. There's still a lot of open questions, but there is more on top of the let's do community transport, which is kind of what's in the plan. There is a developing piece of work internally and wider work around the country that we can work in line with.
This looks really great. Sorry, just on that last community transport, are you guys recommending these details be included in the RPT, or is it just sitting in the back?
No, I think
the background.
We just had the request just to understand sort of what staff are thinking and what our next steps are, and so I don't think any more detail needs to go on the plan, but we just wanted to give you a bit of more of a heads up of, hey, we are thinking, these are the things we're thinking of, and these are kind of the next steps that we see as needing to be covered off. Yeah.
Well, it all looks great.
Yeah.
No, it's good.
And obviously coming back to council at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, it came through obviously as a really important theme. I think you've articulated well on that one slide where we're at, what we need to find out going forward. The main thing for me really was sourcing operational costs seem to be the gap, and I agree 100% that we don't want to rock the boat in terms of what already exists, but how can we get alongside to ensure that those current services are sustainable going forward, particularly if it's operational costs we need to focus on or whatever else. But no, I think it's all good.
Having a map of this at some stage, sitting alongside but not part of PT because we can't own it, but understanding where those are would be really helpful. Also where they've been and failed. And a living document that says these failed on why.
Okay, so a couple of smaller issues I think we could say just to comment briefly on.
Again, these are just questions that had arisen. There was a question around the seatbelts on buses. Just confirming that there's no current mandate in the RUB to have seatbelts for passengers on buses. Those coaches that do have seatbelts installed, they need to be worn. And then 100k environment was also brought up. And again, buses are constrained to 90 kilometres an hour, 80 kilometres for school buses. And I understand there's some ongoing policy work being done at a national level around this. The transport disadvantaged wording was another one that that's come up, and I think this is a little more tricky. I totally acknowledge the thoughts of the submitters around the language and absolutely appreciate that. There's a lot of transport disadvantage embedded in our legislation and our NZTA guidance that we have to show how we're meeting the needs and adhering to recognising transport disadvantage. So I guess the key things is it'd be great if those changes to language could happen at a higher level and then we can adopt them. It could get very confusing and clumsy, and we may not do a good job of it if we choose other language. So I guess that's our wider concerns. And the last ones, the next one was around the St John's Oamaru shuttle and whether there was any feasibility study that we'd cited. We haven't been able to access one. I'm not sure, well, certainly not in the public space anyway. I did a quick Google search yesterday and I found this on Facebook, which was obviously a survey that had gone out to the Oamaru area in particular, asking for thoughts around what the needs were for the community. I'm not sure what came out of that. Just one of our drop-in sessions in Oamaru, we had it at the hospital, and it was a really interesting location. But one person came to me and spoke to me about the shuttle and did have concerns around the eligibility of the St John's shuttle. I believe currently you have to be referred by a specialist, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is just what I've been told. And so not everyone would meet the eligibility criteria, and therefore, we just need to be a little bit careful. Yeah, absolutely. But I just think about the broader needs of the communities, and that we make sure that we are supporting many different needs. And don't get me wrong, I think St John's do a great job, but I just wanted to raise that the community did have a concern around eligibility.
So that's more niche one than we would be expecting. Sorry. So that's more niche one than we would be expecting to look at perhaps. But those questions are
in terms of community transport. I think that's an open question.
Yeah.
We would have to be aware of the balance between specificity and smaller customer bases for various reasons. That's not to say we would be anti that. It's just a consideration we have to take into account through the whole process.
And you've outlined all those considerations and questions there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The final question there was just around the Queenstown business case, and NZTA raised about potentially redoing the business case. Reviewing the business case. Beg your pardon. Yep, you're correct. Reviewing in light of the arterials. And I guess from our point of view, we just need to make sure we understand what those changes are and the triggers for redoing any previous work. And if it was to be additional work, it will be a joint thing probably through Way to Go with our current relationships with NZTA and QRDC. And that ends our wee story.
Just on that last one, wasn't the concern from NZTA was all around about the larger buses being able to negotiate the existing roading network, because stages 2 and 3 of the roading slipped off the budget or been delayed or whatever. So there wasn't alignment with those two. Wasn't that their main concern, or were they wrong?
As well as questions of flow congestion impacting how effective the services are, I think.
Yeah,
and demand as well, I think.
The 40% load shift, I suppose, was all part of that as well.
I think that's what we would need services. I don't think we understand well enough what is driving their point that we would need to understand better, because in general, the articulated vehicles would be more manoeuvrable, at least from a long regular bus, rigid bus, and probably from double deckers capacity, and yeah, I think there was some ambiguity there we'd need to explore with them as to what, especially if they're saying it would be prudent, I think was their word, to revisit the business case. We need to understand better on what grounds they're making this statement.
It's a good thing for Way to Go next meeting.
So that completes the slides. Yes.
Yes.
Are there any other questions just on the slides, just on reflection be able to for you.
Yeah, just I guess going back to the free fares for under 13s. Talk about and also our general conversations about the fares and patronage and trends and stuff, and obviously with all these confounding factors and stuff, we're as you said, crystal ball gazing a little bit and what the impact will be. Are we also crystal? Cool, I can wait till Lorraine gets back if you want, but are we also risks? Like where are we getting those risks from? Have we heard them directly from NZTA? Because it didn't seem like that, and I understand that the conversations at the staff level are very different to the public presentations they'll make in a hearings panel, but that wasn't the impression. At least it seemed to me that they gave when we were asking questions of them during their submission.
The big point I would make is this difficult to quantify risk of lost funding.
Yeah.
You know, it's very easy to quantify how you might lose some revenue and understand it, but when you're talking about a decision to fund 99% of what you asked for, or 60% of what you asked for, or whatever you said, and all the different public transport authorities and other transport needs that are competing for, in that funding process, it's very hard to predict what kind of outcomes you're going to get. And then if you change your private share or your financial performance, what's the impact of that? That's kind of beyond the point of numerical analysis in terms of risk. So it's just it's very indeterminate, but the consequences could be very large.
In retrospect.
Yeah,
And if we were to do a risk assessment or something, we'd probably put it in the possible or probable kind of category. Not certain, absolutely not. But yeah, it is certainly, I mean, any risks, you know, are inherently difficult to quantify. But I think Jack's particularly right, is that it's a risk we don't fully understand. We know it is a risk.
Yeah, I'm trying to get how we know it is a risk. Like not even the quantifying.
We've seen this from other councils around the country in the last process. We saw Bay of Plenty and quite a few other councils get quite a lot less than they asked for.
Yeah.
And outside of public transport, we saw it in the road sector as well. We saw it with Southern District and a lot of rural districts.
Yeah, Canterbury as well. Yeah,
Canterbury missed out badly.
Canterbury. So,
yeah.
I mean, we all missed out.
Yeah.
On what we wanted, right?
Yes.
And that was just
but it's the quantum.
General.
Yeah.
Across the board kind of. So I'm just wondering, like you said, Bay of Plenty in particular, was that because because we didn't have the private revenue share targets back then.
Yes, and
So what?
yes, but they got significantly less than they asked for a continuous program.
Yeah.
And a number of small councils were in the same position as well. So those sort of small Northland councils that don't have that much money.
Yeah.
We're put in a very difficult position by their continuous program outcomes. And that they may have had to reflect some of those costs back to the community or cut services. So we were in a favourable position with reasonable cost recovery and obviously
Good patronage.
Right. So because of potentially lower patronage than NZTA would like for Bay of Plenty and stuff like that. But we're going to be losing patronage.
Yeah,
right? So that's
No, it's not a guarantee.
well, if we raise, it's going to be some.
Yeah, and
I mean, losing patronage to what we might have had. I'm not in totality. Sorry.
yeah, look.
So these risks are there, like inherently, right? Like even if we do.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. So sorry, that's just what I'm trying to establish. So these are risks that are there, regardless of what we do, basically.
Yes, of course. What we do fix how
they will increase or decrease depending on.
We just can't predict how much of an impact our decisions will have.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
I suppose we're between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
Because if we don't
Correct.
put the fares up, we don't increase private revenue. If we leave the fares as they are and increase patronage, well, that's great. However, the consequences for us further down the track.
Yeah.
We're not adhering to direction from NCTA.
Yeah.
So it's,
I just want us to be
Yeah.
really clear as to why we're, like, and because the GPS is pretty clear, the private revenue share is perhaps a higher priority than patronage. That's why we're looking at this direction as opposed to just improving our network. And then focusing on long-term benefits of that. Because government's forcing us to, okay.
Yeah, I appreciate where the government is forcing us to go, and I absolutely accept that, but I'm not accepting. And I think you're doing yourself a disservice and other members of those who've been talking about climate change to say that the numbers will reduce. Because I don't know that, and as you've said, it is really complex and the data won't necessarily show you cause and effect. The fact that the prices may go up, which is still less than inflation, I think, over the last 5 years, except for it's going to be much greater for children, obviously, if we choose 40 or 50 or whatever. The patronage may well go down, but I think it's over simplifying it to say that they will be reduced. And so I think that's something that you're quite clear on in your mind, but I'm really nervous on.
I don't mean overall. I just mean it to what it would be if we did not increase that fare.
And again, I think it's too complex to absolutely be sure of that. So
but as sure as we can be about any of these trends and any of these assumptions.
Well, I think there's a lot of people who make the choice to go on buses for very good climate reasons that aren't factored into the decisions on money. So
I think staff already said today the cost is definitely
on the submissions that we got through, the fact that it was very balanced. I think there was a really clear understanding from the community that we did need to push, and they understood why. And a lot of people linked it with service improvements. There wasn't a lot linking it, or emphatically saying, "Look, maybe I won't take the bus anymore." I think that it was actually a really interesting mix of submissions, and the sentiment that came through from the community.
I did have one question on that though, and I think I know the answer, but I am just going to check. I presume simplicity would say that you'd prefer us to have one discount rate for youth and child, as we know them now, age groups, as opposed to going ratcheted system, which may be a 60 for child and a 40 for youth, or something like that, so that you go from the 100% at 0 to 5 discount to a 60% discount to a 40% discount. You could do that, but I presume simplicity would suggest we shouldn't.
I'll be especially concerned when you've got 50% in between that for community connect. If we didn't have an in-between one, that might sound more plausible.
But a lot of the youth, as you said, will already be under community connect. So
not so many of the youth. That would more be in the case of if you want to do a student concession.
Okay,
or something like that. I don't think.
No, I don't think
community service cards are relevant.
Get a community connect card as another idea. So even if you're, the poorest 17-year-old in the world, you might have to pay more than someone who can get 50% off if we only reduce it by 40%.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were thinking more that if it was a student discount. There was quite a lot of submissions. Student concession.
So it is on to try and make some decisions. We're sure that some of these you'll be really happy to accept, and some of them you might want to discuss a little bit further. So what we'll do is we've got two parts to this. The first part is the topics that we ask as consultation questions, and then the second part is the table of recommendations that are emerging from various submissions on various matters. So probably the most significant points are going to be in this first section around fares, and we'll see how we get to some of those.
It's just going to be the fare areas we need to consider, because the focus areas ones are already reflected in the table. So it's just the ones that are not that mean there's no changes to the RPTP. So that's our base fare, and our fare concession.
Okay, so if we look at the top here, Robin. So the first one's focus areas. Are we focusing on the right things in the plan? And there is
and we made some recommended changes. Those recommended changes are in that table. So we can cover those off.
So we'll come back to these later. They'll come through. We have a couple of technical recommendations. um, of changes. The second one is community transport. Do we have any recommendations on community transport?
No changes in the plan based
Yeah.
on.
So we have no recommendations of changes to the community transport focus area.
So, can I ask? So this is an example of, you've given us a process and understanding what that process looks like in timeframes in the next 3, 10 or 5 or 6 years, what that looks like. And that is again, something I think people wanted. They're happy with community transport, but they actually didn't know how that met their needs. And if it's,
Sorry, correct.
no, it is the lack of a direction. It's, look, I want to win lotto, I could put that in my plan. Likelihood of it happening? Yeah. It seems, unless I can say I want to do this by X, and this is and this is the sort of way we're going to do it. It doesn't give people anything to hang or hold us to account for. It isn't particularly planning.
So what I'm hearing is that you'd like some more perhaps structure around the actions that we've got within the plan and listen to so they're time bound. Is that what you'll say?
I think it would be really helpful, and whether it's I mean, I would be putting it in the section or an alternative section somewhere in the plan, which says this is our 1 to 3 year, which will be, I think, where you start putting that planning stuff in there, and they're 3 to 6 year and onwards. And then it's up for us in our decision making. And it's doing it in a slightly different way than we've got here, and it's probably more RP, the regional land transport way, that we put things in there of where they look like they're going to be happening. But it also means that we have to hold ourselves to account in the annual plan process by putting some money in, either this year or next year or whenever, to that planning function. And there's been a heck of a lot of submissions suggesting we need to be putting that money in, and I don't know what that looks like either. So I'm slightly, and maybe that we have discussions next week and we're told there's no money, and any money that's in planning will go. So which won't be helpful. But I think if we're going to inform the annual plan, we have to be really realistic. What does that look like, and how those conversations are going to happen, and when. Now, it may be that we prioritise one area, say this is a trial of doing this consultation, and then the following year we'll be doing, you may go to Oamaru, you may go to Balclutha, or you may go to Upper Lakes or Upper, and so we're going to start this process off and what it looks like. I just think we need to be, I'd be rather rolling them out in 3 years processes, saying there'll be a prioritisation after that, and that will feed into the long-term plan.
So if you go to page, I think this is where you come from, Kate, because we cut from this in Queenstown. If you go to page 57, where we've got regional service types.
Can you move your mic slightly towards you, because I don't think you're going to pick up at the moment.
Oh, sorry. If we go to page 57, we've got bottom of page 57, regional service types, and you've got the last couple of boxes there. Their current services, then our aspirations. Aren't you really asking for, under our aspirations, to have some sort of timeline in there? Because we've also just seen a slide previously about investigations in terms of these are the things we don't know about, community transport or these secondary services or whatever. So if we're going to investigate, I suppose what you're saying, Kate, is to have some sort of priority list for those particular.
And here's, yeah.
We basically talked about this the other day, and I'm just trying to understand is, do we want to leave it in a generic sense, which basically Kate is saying probably doesn't help align with other strategic documents that are.
I would flip over to page 58 rather than 57, because there's a targeted services service type which is separate.
Yep.
So we obviously do have that in our aspirations.
And on page 38 of our community transport actions, we've got prepare community transport projects for inclusion in future annual plans, long-term plans, regional public transport plans, regional land transport plans, and relevant business cases, which would sort of indicate that we'll take it to a project level.
I just want to start tying our stuff down to an annual work program that will then feed into the annual plan. If this was a strategy, that might be okay. But this is actually a plan for 2025 to 2035, and I've got no clarity about that. And to be fair, if we're looking at the pages you suggested, Andrew, I don't agree with the suggested answers for outcome. I would be saying it's an extension to Mosgiel. I don't see it going past the airport. So in my mind, and maybe it's I go throughout, it's all of this 7 days extension. So I don't want to get into that, but that debate per se, but I think there is a discussion to say what would be happening in the urban, what we prioritise as urban between ourselves, or at some stage how we do that. I don't know either. And I'm sorry to get into that. I know it's operational, but I want to understand that process so that people know when those discussions might happen.
It's actually not too different than what we did with the spatial plan for the future development strategy, DCC. Remember, not the actual. No, what I'm talking about in terms of having a timeline, a clear timeline, where there's an expectation that this work will happen. So I think, for other strategic documents, generally do have some direction around timeframes.
Yeah.
But, or do we just assume that this is a 3-year time frame and it gets reviewed when this next process is triggered?
Well, I think that is the process. So we did this review because we adopted the RLTP, and this one was quite comprehensive based on, I guess, a change in direction signalled by the council, but it does reflect the decisions that were then made after the RLTP for this LTP in terms of those services. So in terms of giving annual plan direction, you've already done that for 3 years, and this is just reflecting those decisions. And then in another 3 years' time, when we do a new RLTP, if there is new direction with the LTP, so the link to your annual plan, then we would vary this document, and it might be a really simple document just to put in the next 3 years of the program.
The problem with that, it sets us up for complete failure on advocacy, because it doesn't put us in a strong position either to feed into the next GPS or to feed into the next long-term plan with some planning already done. And I think while certainly it is consistent to do that with the GPS, it will leave our community, who I think have been generous in giving their time to this process, exceedingly frustrated. And as my question to Gary and Ian was, is this our our plan, or is it their plan? And they were very clear it's our plan. So that's where I think we can empower communities potentially.
To an extent. To an extent. They say that, but
I just maybe I see it really differently, because I do see this plan and the policies as giving quite a lot of direction to from the committee and from the council to start planning to deliver these things. And I'm just wondering if maybe we're sort of so I will be, and the team will be working on those things. But I think Rob has raised an important point. Are we actually are we moving more into the direction of setting the work program rather than the sort of overarching strategic direction? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm just trying to put myself in the shoes of someone out there in the community who uses the bus service, and there's an expectation that there's going to be some enhanced services going forward based on, let's say there are some, so I suppose just understanding how real it is that certain improvements will occur. And I suppose probably not so much focus on a work program, but it's probably just trying to crystallize our aspirations, I suppose, into some sort of reality in the future. I don't know, that's probably as best I can explain it. But I do understand where Kate's coming from, and I do feel that the commitment is at a high level, strategic. Yeah, get that. But also we want to just make sure that we're able to just keep ticking on with making these steps in the right direction, and we take our community with us. And I think it's just part of that communication thing that people can look at this document and say, oh, well, something's going to happen in 18 months' time in terms of investigation on X, Y, and Z.
Having looked at sort of the submissions to the annual plan in
Yes.
relation to
Yes.
services, well, there is a lot of crossover, and so that's where I would see the decision being made to, I guess, get down to that work program level, because at the end of the day, it's the money that will demonstrate where, and I think that. And it's totally your choice as to how it goes, but it's getting the criteria and the policy setting right, because we did put up for the LTP a wider range for the program, and a lot of that I personally felt didn't wasn't really the current RPTP didn't really give a good strong push in that direction, and whereas this one does, and so I see it sort of the council moving in that direction. This is setting the framework, start doing it, and then at each time, including LTP but annual plan, we come back with, okay, so how far do we go in this year?
I would just be a little bit concerned about pinning down through an RPTP the exact order of priorities we want to take and undertaking this when that sort of list of work, which is in the PowerPoint, list of questions, part of the work is determining those priorities, which makes it a bit, I guess we've said a few times, and some of this chicken and egg and a bit challenging. I'd be worried about pinning down Daniel and others who are going to be doing some of the work on this is the point you need to be hitting.
Further to that, I think with community transport, we need to bring the community along, and we're relying a lot on the community to do the heavy lifting on the community transport. So I think it's almost to some degree unfair to say we'll have this done in 3 years when we're only providing such a small part of what will make up community transport. If we were going to be funding the whole thing and had control of the whole thing, I think that's a different kettle of fish, but we're relying very, very heavily on the community for these programs.
So I totally agree that if it's community transport, I think we provide the planning and the coordination and the forum, whatever forum that it looks like. Absolutely. But that has to be in something. I don't care if it's an appendix. I get that it may be an appendix and say, this is 1 to 3 years. We hope to get this amount of work done in order to inform or whatever, 1 to 2 years. But I think the people have submitted and they want to see some progress, and it's not, if it's not in here and it's not in the annual plan or not linked to the annual plan, then that is really unclear. Had we had an annual plan or a long-term plan that showed work programs, that'd be great, but we don't. And that's maybe one of my 5-year frustrations that I will be dealing with in the next few days.
Is there a possibility if you want to target, would it be have a forum or some sort of milestone?
Yeah. Oh, it's with your kid, man.
I think the actions we've got here are sort of the level of concreteness you would expect for an RPTP. I think it's just a matter of when LTP time comes around, making sure that comms piece around what the action plan is based on those questions that we've had there.
Okay.
And making sure that that does go to the community and is handled well at that point. But I think in terms of the RPTP, I'm pretty comfortable with what's there, but that's my input.
My critiquing is not a frustration with the RPTP. It is fabulously much better than where it was at. So I'm probably just wanting to hone it. It's yeah.
So what do we want to record in?
But what's your recommendation? What's your recommendation? Well, in terms of community transport.
Yeah, what would you like to make a recommendation of accepting the staff recommendation? And maybe if there's just a point you want to note, to reflect some of the discussion.
So we note the community transport section of the, that's what you're saying, of the
Yeah.
plan.
So
And we express the need to ensure that I think what you made before, Robin, about taking the community with us. This is a collaboration to try and meet a need, which we're not. We're a partner, but we're not doing this on our own. So I think the linkage with communicating with key stakeholders and taking them along on the journey. I don't know, I haven't got the wording, but I think just something along the lines that this is a collaborative approach that requires considerable amount of investigation and collaboration to ensure that we get improved outcomes for community or something along those lines.
But no dates, it's what's. So CTA3 is page 38 and CTA4 and CTA5. Have you got any better understanding of dates around those?
And so again, I guess it's how you want to do the cart and the horse. I feel that to get better dates, we need to actually come back to an annual plan process to get with some clarity for the council as a whole as to how much it wants to invest. So, for instance, we know that Waikato started off with I think 100 and quickly went to 200 and 200 to 300,000, and for and all of that was not enough. So you'd need to prioritise. So if you had dates, we would need to do quite a bit of work to get to a point to work out how much is going to be spent. How much, and we can't pre-commit the council to it, to a level of expenditure, which I think was Jack's point before. So we haven't done, we're moving in that direction. We've got a policy setting, but to get down to a work program level, we need to kind of get a verification of how much funding. I can tell you we don't have spare money flashing around in the transport budget at the moment.
So I'm happy with those recommendations. I'm wondering if there's one that the panel recommends to council that they could report for the 26-27 annual plan on work programs to on funding for work programs CTA3, CTA4 and CTA5. I don't know. And that's whether we can do that to council, which is a slightly off, it doesn't go in here, but it means that we actually set up a work program.
I guess my worry, I don't know if it's a worry, but question there is there aren't dates for any of the actions anywhere. And so like, would we be doing that for the other thing, the mobility stuff? Because that's a whole lot of, and wouldn't these things be coming through that process anyways? Would we need to recommend that happens?
Well, it's certainly well supported by submissions, and I'm trying to reflect the submissions.
What is by submissions? Putting dates?
No, but giving some certainty about some actions. I mean, they want it to happen. If we just leave it blank, then it's and then we can refer in the responses. Thank you, we've heard you, we've kept community transport there. This is the process going forward. It will come up in 26-27. Annual plan is a funding thing.
Yeah, but
it won't otherwise.
Well,
it's already linked to the annual plan and the planning process, which allocates the funding. So
isn't that the process?
Yeah, that's
the standard process anyways.
my understanding of the function of the plan.
And okay, you can leave it like that and it won't come up next year because if there's a big change in council, it just won't be picked up. This way it will be picked up. Because I think the community are absolutely frustrated it's not there already in some parts. That's fine. I'm just trying to get that momentum, keep the momentum.
Speaking to the wider RPTP, this is not particularly programmatic RPTP in its nature. We've seen that, for example, the Wellington RPTP was quite programmatic. There's good, I guess there's good and bad in that. It'll be a challenge to make an RPTP more programmatic and efficient way, without a bit of a longer term outlook on it. So it's not necessarily an easy thing to do in a cross document way. Though the point is certainly noted, and there could be a desire to take a different approach in the future.
Yeah, I would just like to think that the document will, provide the direction of this council, whatever outcome post the election, and that's why this is good timing for it. The dates perhaps putting dates in perhaps maybe sets the future council up to fail potentially, because they still have to make decisions for each annual plan. However, it is programmatic in the way that it will direct staff as to what direction to take forward, and what the priorities are for transport planning to put to those future council at annual plan time.
Yeah, I think maybe like I would support just clarifying that all the actions are whether or not that's for the 3 years of sort of the operational time period of the plan, or whether that's over the 10 years, and then you've got, all these actions in theory need to be done over the next 3 years. But picking certain actions to go in the annual plan for next year feels like, I don't know, I'd leave that.
By structuring it like this, it actually gives the council license to choose which parts to prioritise as well as part of the annual plan and long-term plan process.
Well, the sound of it, we can't. Well, the sound of it, we're struggling to agree on a way forward, but by the sound of it, we can't predetermine what council or what decision council may or may make in the future with regard to the funding and the timing of it. Get that? I can see where Kate is coming from, and I suppose we may just have to rely on strong wording around, the intent on delivering on the aspirations of this document. I don't know where that fits in because, as you say, Elliot, this is quite a broad range of aspirations with various additional services, etc. So, I suppose somewhere in the document we perhaps just need to pick up the language about the commitment to delivering on what we're talking about here. I'm going to suggest we have a 10-minute break. Grab a cup of coffee, tea, whatever you need, and so we happy with that?
Yeah.
So we stand adjourned, reconvene in 10 minutes time. Thank you.
That's
fully
better.
electric now, so.
Good afternoon, we're back live, deliberating on the regional public transport plan. We were working our way through the hearings report and we were just dealing with the community transport. I think we've sort of landed that we support the staff recommendation and the conversation we were having around delivering on the aspirations and the RPGP can probably be covered off with a generic, strongly worded recommendation to council at the end about delivering on the various aspirations, etc. We'll come up with the wording for that.
We'll come back to that later.
Yep.
Wording.
Perfect. Or we can work on it, flick it around or whatever. Yep.
So maybe take it. Yeah.
Yep. Before the end of play, we'll have it. Okay. Thank you. So, Jack, we're moving on to
Okay.
6.3.
So we are looking at our fears.
Yep.
Which is probably the biggest subject of our consultation across a couple of different questions around fears. So I don't know how you want to discuss this because the questions are not unrelated to each other. I wonder if we can leave it to you to discuss your intentions and where the points of agreement and disagreement are.
And I guess just thinking about the recommendation to council is around what the fare level will be and the timing of that increase as well.
If there be one.
Yeah, if there'll be one. Yeah, sorry.
The timing of any change.
The time of any changes, yes.
So on that basis, will we just deal with the add-on fare, the $2.50 add-on fare proposal? Yes, sure. Right, go for it, Elliot.
I think I'm comfortable with the 2.5 fare. Ideally, in terms of timing, save it for when we can bring in, multi-move and we can implement other things, whether that's zoning and fare caps all at the same time. But realistically, that probably doesn't meet NZTA's expectations. So I don't know.
So just be clear, Elliot, you're suggesting that the $2.50 fare, you're suggesting that it will be implemented until later on 26 when the matter move. Particularly if it's still implemented, so we do.
That's my ideal,
Okay,
but I'm
no,
not.
I
I'm
just
not
want to be clear that
expecting that to be where we land. Yeah,
No, that's cool. No,
but yes.
No, fair enough.
Can I ask
Okay.
sorry, you've got 6 months, which is relatively unclear when it comes to a financial year, and we need to be really clear about this. What is the soonest you could effect it, considering you need to have a feed in with the advertising and everything? This isn't going to go to council. I mean, when this is going to go to council, actually. So the soonest we can do it, and then the one that makes the most sense.
Yes. I'm not answering the question directly,
It's fine.
but just knowing that the next 6 months, maybe from when the council adopts the plan rather than from today. So it might be worth adjusting that to something a little more concrete.
Sorry.
The first 6 months of this next financial year.
Yeah.
I guess we were looking at how quickly we can do it. We can do it. We could do it really on agreement and then just start campaign. We could do it as early as September.
Yeah.
I think the intention was, yes, we'd have it done inside this calendar year.
Yeah, because I was thinking that would be the case, particularly if we're trying to target the 20% private revenue, and we're sitting at 18.7 or whatever it is, to give it a decent punch. I would see that this would be the way to get well on the way to the 20%. So, but except 1st of July is just around the corner, and you've got a lot of obviously advertising campaign, etc., and other
other amendments to make to the system, so I accept that you need the first quarter to be able to get your head around all of that.
So, I mean, yeah, it has to be approved by the whole council, obviously. We don't want to jump the gun on anything. And then, yeah, I'd say we'd go, if there was direction from this panel, we'd go for around September.
Can you look at the screen right now and tell me what you would like it to say?
I think we need a date.
Recommend be increased to $2.50.
Documentation.
What should we say from 1 September? Whatever this year is.
I'm still looking at term time, so.
What is this?
Well, you guys figured that. I'm
Sorry.
wondering how the rest of the panel
We
feels
want to do it
about.
September is actually a Monday.
First of September on a Monday, isn't it? It's a good day. Yeah, it's a good day. But if you want to leave it till October, it would be till term time, you'd be looking at the end of the first week of October. Wouldn't you?
It'd be quite good to do it outside term time.
So it's late September is term 3, so you do it at the end of September. You'd get people understanding at the end. But it's in the school holiday. You're not going to have everything changing with the potential difficulty with bus drivers. Everyone at once.
So it's be quite good to get it weeded in.
So do it from 1 October,
29 September is Monday.
29 September.
End of the first quarter, or maybe.
And this is a recommendation to go to the annual plan.
Yes.
Well, it is, but we don't set our fears in the annual plan.
We're going to from now on.
But we have to report this to that annual plan.
It affects the.
Okay.
Can we put in brackets noting this is outside of school term time? Yep.
To be fair, that wording probably is that we agree with the recommendation from staff, essentially, isn't it?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
yeah. We support the recommendation from staff, which is the wording you wish.
Just wondering how the panel and staff might feel about alongside recommending alongside comms around that we sort of signal that multi-move and the potential for mechanisms like fair zones and fair capping will be on the horizon, you know.
Let's have that discussion first, because we may take.
Let's see what it says.
True.
Before we press.
Right.
So confirming that the panel is comfortable with the text. The actual recommendation is the slide.
Comfortable? Are we comfortable with the recommendation?
I mean,
Um,
I'd say the staff recommendations like fully supported, right?
No,
Is there anything not?
it's just the change in the dates. And
I just wonder
Oh,
whether,
it's fine,
just
okay.
because councils are councils, whether you say,
That council.
that, recommends
That the council.
the council increases.
fair increase,
Adopts.
sort of something around, at the end of the first quarter with a tentative date of, because if we set a date,
Yeah,
something will happen on that day.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The council paper will do it full. The paper that,
Yeah.
the panel recommendation paper will, yeah.
So at the end of
Well, for the second,
Within the first,
well, if we say
Quarter.
within the first quarter, before Q2, because then we give ourselves right up till the end. Rather than if we say within the first quarter, they might get excited and want to do it for first of August. Which would be a bit problematic as well.
But put the intention that it's 29 September.
Attention,
With the intention of implementing.
attention. I feel comfortable to move on.
So I'll just check with the panel. Does anyone want to speak to the recommendation, or are you happy? Because we'll just, we just adopt them all at the end, or we adopt them as we go? What staff prefer? We adopt them as we go?
Adopt as we go,
Yep,
please.
right. So do you, does it either,
I'm happy to move.
you happy to move on? Happy to second.
Happy is a strong word, but yeah.
Delighted, thrilled.
It's good that
There are
you're
higher.
retaining your sense of humour, Ellie, I'm impressed. No,
Alternative adjectives.
did you want to speak to the motion? Because
Reluctant.
I'll put the motion, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Again, just carried. Okay, 6 point. Where are we?
Okay, so
Will you take us through, Jack? Whichever one you want to go to next? Yep.
panel recommendation so panel recommendation on zones. So the recommendation, so if we read the plan, we'll see that the current wording in the value for money section of the plan enables us to implement zones without specifying the detail. We've given some information in our prior presentation about the detail of, or about broadly how we think about that, while leaving open some future decisions. So the recommendation is that we continue with this approach, with further modelling and analysis to be undertaken, and final decision through the 2026 annual plan process. We had some earlier discussion on that. Arrangement. Do we want to modify any of that in our do we want to modify our recommendation at all?
So I think the problem that we've got is the impending motor move. So we really want to have the zones in place before we go to motor move, which at the moment is looking June, July 26. But if you bring in the zone, we're assuming we wouldn't bring in a zone without a fare change. So like, if you've got the zones, then you want a fare to go for it. So I guess what our discussion was before was sort of, given that we are also moving toward recommending or having the plan an annual review of fares, I'm saying we wouldn't be doing that for 2026, 27, like in June, July 26, because we won't, we'll have only be resolving these processes. We're thinking that we would go in with a place for, yes, a sort of a low level zone fare adjustment that then we would fully review in
18 months.
18 months, not for 26, but for 27, 28. 20, gosh.
So for example, if we were to introduce the zone fare, the zone 1 would be $2.50 say to start with, and then we'd look at what those increments were for zones 2 or 3 or however many we decide to go with, and then that would be fully reviewed for the 2027 annual plan.
The zonal maps that you're basing this on have no reflection of the rating maps, do they?
No.
Which is problematic in itself. Because you're going to be, the problem with the zone maps, if they reflected better the rating maps, then they'd be where there's a service. But your zone maps substantially where you don't have service, so they set the expectation that you've got a service and or that you're rated, and it's just liable to cause confusion.
We could potentially include a recommendation about the zone maps to adjust the maps to only include rated areas, currently rated areas, or make some sort of adjustment to not show areas which don't have service until they have service.
Indeed, that's the other way
Okay.
around it.
So we,
But, yeah,
I think that makes sense in terms of maybe like if someone's trying to refer to it directly on the website or something, but in the plan, we still need to have those potential future areas planned out, right?
Yeah, I think that was our thinking in terms of a broad brush approach to what a zone might look like. And I mean, I guess we're really signalling that we wanted to keep Dunedin tight with, quite long boundaries for the next zone, and then zones 3 would be potential zones. So our initial fare structure might only have 2 zones.
Mm.
And we wouldn't have a zone, or perhaps 3 because of Palmerston, because we do have an existing service, obviously, but not down to Milton.
so there
that's
is
something put out from the
there is certainly a difference between the drawn and the RPTP and what's actually presented to the public as a zone. The RPTP is not where people look for the spare information.
And so in terms of the comms, I think.
Before we ask go into more detail about questions of the map, there is a decision about whether to accept the recommendation about zones and whether you're comfortable with this approach.
Yeah, I'll accept them. I had a lot of pushback simply because of the historic zoning regime. But and I accept that. Yeah, we need to move this way because once again, I think the NZTA direction tends to stress the point. It is about value for money. It's about efficiency, effectiveness, and all the rest of it. And if you think about travelling from Palmerston to Dunedin for $2, honestly, it's great for the people that live in that neck of the woods north of the city. But realistically, unless you hitchhiked, I can't think of any other way you could do it. So I recognise that the zones will help to reflect value for money. So I think that's important. Just going back to the map, sorry, but I think if you just use the word indicative and it to be finalised, at a later date, whatever, would be fine. Yeah.
I think I'm still keen to have all of the fare structure decisions, whether that's zoning or fare capping.
Yep. The
Tied together and in place ahead of NTS, which I guess term 1 will be ahead of NTS, so that's fine. But I don't know. I wonder if it just makes sense to just bring it all in at once.
I don't think we could. I think we have to do quite a bit more work to either inform the council as to the price, or I think we're looking at a stage thing, like September for changing fares, and then February or March for a decision on the price and the zone.
I wasn't including base fare, just the other fare structure and fare capping stuff, like zones and fare capping,
Oh, right.
basically.
Yeah,
Yep.
And
I think you're probably
NTS.
right. We need to deal with the fare structure components together,
Yeah, okay.
which is, as you say, the zoning and the capping are 2 fare structure elements.
And if we bring that in with, even if that means waiting till after term 1, if we can bring it in just with the multi-move card, that means because people are going to have to, they learn what their multi-move card is at the same time that they learn, rather than having to learn zones and stuff in February and then also get a new card in July or whenever it is. And I just feel like that many changes is going to put people off and confuse people and stuff. Whereas if we have the fare structure and zones come in at the same time as multi-move, that will be a whole lot more smooth.
Although people may believe motion move is the reason those things have happened. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
There's the
but
truth, and there was some concern around that.
I think it just allows a combined comms package where we can make sure that's clear that these are not a inherent factor of Motu move that we are making, but that's when we're bringing it in. But I don't know, happy to hear other opinions on that.
Yeah, well, any changes in a public interface, services, you can interface with the public. You want to minimise the amounts of times you change the range and regime, and to have a smooth transition is critical. So I support what you're saying, Elliot. I think that's good, but in an ideal situation, it'd be good. But if that can be delivered collectively, great. If it can't, I'm sure we'll be informed about it. But yeah, nice support the concept. Did you want to speak, Kate, on the best structure of zones in general, because this recommendation?
Well, I would want to be putting a rider on the portion that any zone change above could be. And that I don't want to see us getting to the point where we just incrementally put out the outer ones. And appreciate $2 fare, but it isn't $2 fares, it's also supplemented by rates. And acknowledging that. So we've got I think sometimes we've got several levers that we don't talk about. So the rates lever is one. We could actually rate Palmerston more. We don't talk about that. You know, we could be suggesting that be a different way of doing this instead of putting the rates up. I don't mind it, but I don't want to see us getting to a point where they're double-edged zone. I want to see them at best be a half increase per zone, which gives an idea. That may limit where your zones go, but there should be an overarching principle that actually leads you to incentivize people. And this is my head. We're setting a principle that we're looking at Cromwell going into Queenstown. Yes, it's a long haul, but you're trying to take the trip. It's a congestion issue. What levers have we got? We've got very few. We haven't got congestion charging yet. You need to make it attractive to get people there in the first place because it's not convenient. And that's at convenience versus things. So, whereas I think for Palmerston it's really convenient.
What's the rider?
The
Recommendation that you're looking for?
Yeah, is it a recommendation or is it just a noting, a noting the intent that the zone fares be not too steep, like?
Well, I wouldn't expect to double it. You know, if you're in a zone in an urban setting, and we're Dunedin is Dunedin, and we've always included Palmerston in that, so that gives you an idea of range. Your total fare possibly isn't going to be greater than your zone one, 2 times your zone one.
Yeah.
But when you get to Clutha to Dunedin, you'll be looking at something different again.
Yeah.
And I think it's that sort of
The relativity.
the relativity, because as soon as you get longer, your convenience will reduce substantially. And in order, if this is what you want to have a service that is getting full seats, you're going to have to be understanding that.
So recommendations going to council. So I'm just
Yeah.
trying to work out. So as Jackson alluded to, is that a noting recommendation?
Most of the understanding of some.
I think I need to compare it to the words in here because I don't want.
Do we retain the exact details of the fare zones are subject to further modelling and analysis outside the scope of this plan, so that
Yeah.
will also,
Yeah.
Is that
And
and final decisions regarding
the
pricing
principles,
will be
pricing principles.
pricing principles
Yeah.
will be brought to the council. Can we say just at a later date, or is that what we need to?
I think we're saying prior to Motu move.
Prior to motor move, okay, great.
That's covered under that we already covered, because I like completely agree with your point around it, you know, not doubling per zone or anything like that. But I just think if we're deciding to make that decision next year, then we can just wait till then we'll,
Yeah.
and then like we said, we can note that, this is not, that we don't have the same intentions as the last zoning system or whatever.
I don't want to put in here because I think it is sort of covered here, but I think we should come up with some principles that go in there at some stage, not now.
Oh, at some
Yes.
stage, yeah.
We should be
But
trying to do a
that's-
principles based thing that one day we'll get president.
But that's what I was saying about, we've got decisions to make around fair structure
I know
and
what you
zoning, and that's the fair capping as well as the zoning, and we'll make those decisions if we all agree ahead of Motu move, or to be implemented alongside Motu move if we can. But I'm just wondering if there were considerations, like would there be reasons not to wait until Motu move comes in, around that private revenue share or term one being school time? Are there any other? I don't wanna.
The Motu move date is always subject to being
Yeah,
moved.
that's true.
We've been advised there's not too much complexity in implementing these changes under a B card regime, so there's no technical obstacle to go there. And there is some discomfort with the transition to Motu move associated with fare increases, which could be better publicity for the Motu move and so on.
Gotcha.
That would be the concern.
My gut feeling would be you don't want to compromise March Madness anymore by doing changes then. You'd be better to be doing them, say, April or July.
Well, I think in Canterbury the intent was the reverse, to have fare increases in time for March Madness. So to get the revenue and
It's a lot. Oh, yeah, but that's great.
and things down.
That's going to make you quite busy.
February is when sort of new travel behaviours, as you embed in new travel patterns for the year, you need to align them with new travel patterns.
So I think we've settled on the existing wording and this other conversation around sort of increases or whatever at one, and timing of not increases, but the changes in zoning and the related charges. That's another conversation, I think, by the sound of it, at a later date.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
We'll just go back to that recommendation that no changes are made to the draft BTP policy on fee structure and zoning
As proposed.
as proposed.
Can we just make it clear, and I'm not sure if it does even in our recommendation, that there is a plan to go to a future structure that involves fair zones?
Yep.
But not necessarily the ones.
But not necessarily the ones here.
Yeah.
So just making sure that we're clear that we are signalling that that's the recommendation of the panel is
Fair enough.
at some time later that is a change in fare structure to a zonal structure is what you're recommending,
Providing it's clear that it's
Yes. Subject to the detail.
correct.
Yeah.
We've still got zone maps somewhere for our rating, haven't we? For map.
Yeah, rating, but be different and always have been different
Yeah.
to the public transport.
Are we looking at, we're not looking at changing those at all in this next one because they miss out some areas that are potentially more urban than they used to be. Are we? We didn't split, no.
Well, they did get changed. I don't, I'm not sure that there's an absolute merit in aligning them. For instance, there was a change for the current one to put some local rate on Oamaru.
No. I'm talking about the, don't worry. It's more the Wingatui residential area, which I appreciate they don't get a bus, but they will get on demand now. And they hadn't been rated in the past. They'd been dropped off rating.
Yeah,
And I don't know if they are now, I'm just wondering.
no. But probably in terms of the indicative zoning maps, I mean, you're always going to cover people. So even if Oamaru retained a separate rate into the future and the service extended beyond that, there'd be people in between who can catch the service who wouldn't necessarily be captured in the rating.
but possibly should be.
Only 20% through their general rate at the moment.
So, all right, no, don't get one.
No, I'm just saying that we've actually got a
Mm.
generic policy at the moment, which is a catch-all
Well,
across
yeah,
the region.
We haven't done that session.
I know, it's not huge, but it is there across the region at the moment. through the general
That's for
rate.
community build, yeah.
So let's nail this one.
Yeah.
So there are no changes to be made for fee structure policy of the draft RPTP. Are we going to do those separately, are we?
Should be in the draft, yeah. GP,
Oh, yeah.
second one represent for in future,
The grammar does not right, I just need to adjust the grammar.
subject
The kind of
to,
everything is moving.
Yeah.
We'll just do one at a time.
sorry,
Correct.
I'm happy to move that there are no changes made to the fee structure policy.
Does
Yeah.
additional details count as
Yeah.
changes? Because we are specifying things that aren't currently in the draft RPTP. That makes sense.
So you're talking about the recommendation, the fee structure recommendation.
But yeah, all the other recommendations
Stuff, yeah, okay.
are,
So what do you suggest?
I'm not sure, I guess that's just making
As,
sure.
as the final point, are you comfortable with the final point as a representation of the concerns about statements? It might be a little bit vague, I'm not sure.
Yes.
No expectation,
That's
that sounds
clear.
good, yeah.
maybe excessively steep might be
Yeah,
a
that-
bit harsh.
But I think the other things were that and zones be kept to a minimum.
Yeah. I think this, the simplicity is important
Yes.
point to bring through.
I suppose that speaks to the policy around keeping fees simple, affordable.
I think, it's just a note,
I saw him read out the green set down the airport one. I think I missed something completely on that one.
In Wingdale, there's 2 or 3 recommendations here, so I'm going to get Kylie to read one so that.
Do you want to take you up?
Oh, who's doing that?
Robin's
Sorry,
doing it.
okay. Sorry,
So we've finished that.
You were both tapping on the computer.
Yeah,
so
we're
it's-
both.
Okay.
So we're in the same document. So the panel recommends that no changes are made to the fare structure policy in the draft RPTP. The panel recommends moving to a zonal fare structure in the future, subject to fare zones. That's not quite right.
No.
Subject to further analysis and exact details of the fare zones.
I think we just take away subject to, and just leave it at that, right?
Yeah.
Move to zone, because then the details on the next one.
Implementation of fare structure changes are to occur in line with the transition to multi-move. And the panel notes an expectation that prices for multiple fare zones are not excessively steep and the zones are large. The zones, that's not quite right.
No, I think
Panel notes an
the
expectation that
the
prices
number of zones
zones,
are few.
The number of zones are few, the
Yeah.
size of the zone is large.
simple fares and new zones.
Mm.
I wouldn't say excessively steep, should we not say that, that the multiple
Yeah,
zones
and-
retain
Yeah,
a simple and
Proportionate.
What's that?
proportionate.
No, the proportional is when you've all doubled them.
Not-
That's true.
No, I
That's
think,
It's on small increments, should only go up in small increments of the base fare.
can we not say the panel notes the expectation that prices are simple?
I think simplicity is slightly missing what's being requested. I think what you said.
The small
what you
increments
said,
of the base fare.
the basic
And so what we're saying is the base fare is $2.50.
small.
It's easy if you start off with that as a base fare and then.
Yep, cool.
I'm not sure if we need this one because it's already in the staff recommendation. And so if we just reflect that we're accepting the staff recommendation. Or is that-
Given the complexity, it's probably better
Okay.
to just
Yeah,
restate
that's
it
fine.
rather than have a staff recommendation that
Yeah.
you're half supporting. Just there's some detail in there, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah. Can we
Can you put
just,
small / moderate? Because I think what we want to indicate is we're not going big, but I think we have to give
Realistic.
There's a lot of scope for people to say that's not small, when our modelling might say it's necessary to move.
Because 5 cents increments is not going to work that well, is it?
Yeah, 5 cents would be small, but it may not be worth the effort of doing it.
Does it adequately reflect that we only want a small number of zones as well?
Yeah.
I think that's important.
We'll just say a small increment to base fare for a small number of zones, for a minimal number of zones.
But small numbers are. Okay.
I wish we could plan the whole, what good do we look like?
would we be able to specify under implementation of fare structure, that fare structure, I guess, is covering your zones and other measures? I don't want to
Yeah,
commit
that's
us
what
to
you're
fare
saying,
capping,
yeah,
but
yeah.
specify that that
Yeah.
would be covered there.
So including
Zone capping and
Yeah. I guess even just listing them as examples. but-
concessions we've got in the next bit.
so we just
That's probably fares, just the fares and the distance zones.
Yeah, I guess
capping.
concessions we're doing now, but
Right now, cash, we're not really doing with the restrictions. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's, it's just really fares and cash.
just all those other multi-moving things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
perfect.
another form of concession. With all respect.
Okay. So do we want to make a decision on that?
Right. I was happy to move the first one, but I think in to operate efficiently as a panel, I'm happy to move. I'll just go through them. Firstly, I move that no changes are made to the fare structure policy in the draft RPTP. Secondly, the panel recommends that we move to a zonal fare structure in the future. Thirdly, that the panel recommends that the exact details of the fare zones, relative fare levels, etc., will be subject to further modelling and analysis outside of the scope of this plan. Fourthly, that the panel recommends implementation of a fare structure changes, including zones capping, use of cash, to occur in line with the transition to motor move. And fifthly, that the panel that the panel notes an expectation that prices for multiple fare zones are based on small, moderate increments of the base fare, and that there are a small number of zones. Have I got a seconder?
Yep.
Second by Kate. Any discussion? We've had a good yarn about it, good chat about it.
Yeah.
Happy to put the motions, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Jack, we're back in your hands.
Okay.
So can I am just going to be slightly annoying. The zonal would require another hearing or not? I just want to understand that process.
I think it requires a decision.
Just a decision of council. And so just be, from this, you'll take a recommendation to council after you've done that work. Okay.
but not another hearing, because you've heard the submission.
Although they're kind of frustrating that they couldn't really do it, they didn't understand it. And that's fine.
We could decide to consult if we wanted.
And at that stage,
Yeah.
We'll just delay it, that's all. That's, I'm thinking about the timing.
So, fare concessions.
So
Sorry, Jack, if you were following up on
yes,
something.
no, I'm just getting there. So we've taken decisions that we're recommending. The first is that the free fares for the 5 to 12 be removed, and those fares restored to the same level as 13 to 18-year-olds. And the second is that the concession for the child and youth concession for Queenstown be set the same as Dunedin, which is a 40% concession. So if you
I absolutely, that's the end result, but I think talking about Queenstown and Dunedin just complicates it. I think
There's two different decisions.
yeah, well, yeah. What we need, you need to have articulated that. I think what our recommendation is that we set the youth fare from 5 to 18 to be 40% of the base fare.
Yeah.
And that, and Queenstown and Dunedin. And that's the end result. We don't need to reflect on that other stuff.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I support that. I think that the financial analysis that you showed earlier, and thinking about the NZTA policy, to me, it seems to be the more that approach is more reflective of the NZTA policy, although it doesn't fully fully deliver on what they wish, but I think it's actually a better option rather than having the 5 to 12s completely exempt charges and the 13 to 18s at the 40% discount. So I'd rather have it broadly.
The child/youth rate of 5 to 18-year-olds.
Yes, I'm not.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
sorry.
that,
Group
yeah.
those together. I think that's a
Rather than
better-
the concession discount.
Oh, concession,
The
okay.
discount will be
Yeah,
different
okay, sorry.
and
Yeah.
So the concession, yes, you're absolutely right.
Concession is 40%, so it's the discount value that we need to.
No, it's not 5 to 12. We're doing them all as one.
Okay, so you want a single one with the child in
Yeah.
it?
Would-
Child in
Don't
it.
we?
The 5 to 12 is the one we're changing.
No, but
Well,
we
we're
oh,
changing one both, but we're changing them
But you're-
separately, differently.
so we
It shouldn't, it is 100% concession, but would just be easier if it said staff recommend the removal of that, or the discontinuation of free fares. They treat it like a concession and then just deal with what the concession. would
what the
be.
forward-looking concession is going to be one concession, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're not
Well,
distinguishing.
well, in line with NZTA guides, it will still be 2 lines in the table. It'll just be the same on both
Yeah, a
lines.
child
on
youth,
both lines.
yeah.
But we can still say them in one statement if you wish. I think it's a. So do we want an explicit statement of discontinuation of the child free fares, or do we just want to incorporate it into a single line?
I think probably discontinuation of.
Yeah, probably.
It's nice and
maybe.
clear.
Probably, yeah.
I think so.
Might get a.
And align-
Yeah.
and aligns with our recommendation.
Look, the perfect world, great to continue the 100% concession for the 5 to 12s. And we know that if they start using the bus, it's a good chance they'll continue to want to use the bus in the future. However, we've been put in a fairly difficult situation, and at least we're still able to offer a significant discount. And I know there'll be families out there that it'll hit them hard if their kids, if they've got a sizable family and using the bus, twice a day, etc. But I think that we're probably given no choice, and the best way of implementing it is still having that concession that it discounts it to a certain degree. So struggle if it wasn't a concession to support it.
Yeah. I think it's worth, and I might actually, maybe it's worth us doing another sort of noting that us, if we are to discontinue free fares for under 13s, that goes against our strategic directions, our priorities, evidence for the best interests of the future of our public transport network, and 89% of the submissions that we had on that. But we are essentially forced to by NZTA. We heard in their submission that
It puts at risk.
that this is our plan to make, but that is not what the realities of the consequences of us having a decision in this are, because realistically, from what we've heard, we don't have a decision here. It is either we discontinue free fares for under 13s or risk future cuts to service levels across the network. So NZTA's forced us into this position. So I'm reluctantly supportive of us recommending that. But I do think we should be clear about exactly why we're in this position and the harm that it will likely cause to our public transport network.
Does the rest of the panel support that? And certainly a note to that effect.
I don't mind a general note that this is to be consistent with GPS, and and otherwise we put at risk other funding. We can't do that. I would highlight the need to do some monitoring to understand those effects. And then,
I hope that we can acknowledge that that's the reason we're doing it, and also that it is contrary to 89% of the submissions we received and our own intentions.
well, I just have to be careful feeling.
Yes,
This is not a
Our
political
strategic
platform.
directions.
Yeah.
Per se.
I think, yeah, there's been plenty of situations over the years that not only ORC, but I just think back at previous life where we're confronted with lots of submissions on particular topics, and it's not necessarily
Numbers.
giving, it's not a numbers game, and giving too much weight to the majority of submissions, for example. It's got to concentrate on the overall. This is not a lecture, Elliot, because you're here as an individual representing the region. And I think we just got to be careful with the language. That's what worries me, is that we just need to be sort of neutral to the extent that this is the framework we're working within. We've heard from our community. Yep, there was a large number of submissions. I wouldn't worry about the percentage, but I'll say there's a large number of submissions that that supported the retention of the 100% concession for 5 to 12-year-olds. However, and I think we can balance that with the reality of the environment we're working in with regards to
that's fine.
the policy or something along those lines.
As it's a relatively political statement, I'll leave to you to review if you want to amend the wording at all.
Cool.
I won't quibble.
Jack, can I just change it to the
rating
child and youth
chickens.
discount, because it's the discount that we need to.
Yeah, can
say.
you, I was just about to ask that. So, so the discount is 40%. This is where it gets confusing in people's head. They think it's going to be 40% of the price. It's going to be 60% of the price.
Yes.
And so I think we need to put.
So put what that
$1.50.
means, so that's $1.50, yeah.
What the $1.50 fare, not $1.50 discount.
Correct, $1.50 child, yeah.
Yeah,
Child and youth, yeah.
just in brackets, yeah.
Presumably we're implementing this alongside the 250
We've got
increase,
this.
and that's why it's 150.
Yes,
We're saying 150.
yeah. It'd be much easier to do that all at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah. So that,
Yeah, true.
so there's another motion there.
So just the funding risk, do we want to tie that to the loss of services as well, which you
Yeah.
mentioned, councillor? Yeah.
Other panel members are
Yeah.
comfortable with that.
And the potential impact that this might have for the lots of
Yeah.
experts.
Yeah.
I think that's fair because people, with it not so much on the child, but on the overall fare thing understood.
Yeah, I think that was a really key message that was
Yeah,
through
that's
from
sort
their
of applies to
consultations. They could
251
link,
as well.
I accept a fare increase in order to preserve the quality of my service.
If the panel members would be comfortable, I'd be keen to change it to made only in light of the funding, but comfortable with
No.
it as otherwise. Okay. That's all right, just checking.
So you've moved, Kate.
I'm having Oh, sorry, the other one is that this comes into effect.
Yes, and when is
Sorry,
the timing of that? Yes.
Sorry, it comes at the same time as the
Base fare.
jet fare increase, base fare increase.
Do we need, where it's in the last one, service cuts? We need the word existing.
Consistent services.
Should we just specify NZTA funding? Or
No, because
co-fund?
it's all things.
Co-fund. Which in turn obviously rests our funding. That's,
I don't think you need to be
Crux of the
too political.
I'm not intending to be political, I just want people to know
I think.
the
I'm
background.
just going to be grammatical, but since we've made the first half of the sentence so long, I think you need to start off
Yeah.
with,
Okay.
while acknowledging the strong support for the free child fares, the panel does X,
Yeah.
Y, and Z.
Yeah,
And that might be enough to.
Right at the beginning of
I
the
don't-
check, while acknowledging the
Oh,
panel
really?
notes.
If you read the annual plan submissions, there are certainly a lot of people submitting that we shouldn't be putting so much money into rates, including public transport.
Yes.
So we have to take the community with us for public transport, so that money is at risk in the annual plan submission as well. It's not just NZTA money. And when you've got,
There hasn't been a good discussion
Hmm?
through this process, really.
no, but so, well, they're both linked, like this is the frustration we're dealing with both things.
So Kate, you've moved these recommendations, correct?
Yeah.
Ellie, are you happy to second?
No, you can, I think you need to.
Happy is a strong word.
And when
but
you've had a major influence.
I will
over it.
second.
Good, well done. So
He just swallowed sick.
So the panel recommends
Councillor Wilson,
the discontinuation of free fares for 5 to 12-year-olds.
Councillor Webb.
The panel recommends that the child and youth discounts 5 to 18 be set at 40% of the full adult fare, being $1.50, which is the which is 60%. Sorry. And the panel recommends that the change be made at the same time as the base fare increase. And the panel, and then.
Yeah, i.e. $1.50 fare. That makes it makes sense then. The
Okay.
$1.50 is not the discount.
And we collectively agree, while acknowledging the strong public support for free fares, the panel notes that the decision to discontinue free fares is made in light of potential risks to funding that could lead to cuts to existing services. Any discussion? If not, I'll put those recommendations or those vote, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. And they all the fare recommendations.
So those are all the fair recommendations. We have I'm just looking at what we've got. We've got no recommendations on these
No, so,
sections, so it's just down the
so
table.
as you know, first of all, super gold and the other
Super Gold.
considerations.
Just another consideration.
8.1.
Okay. Okay, so
And just to reconfirm that the response from NZTA with regards to was there any flexibility around services was no.
I want to acknowledge that other councils are doing this, though. Are they not?
Yes, there are some who,
yes, that's correct. For example, Auckland has its super goal extended through the afternoon peak. So there's no there's free fares from 6 a.m. onwards.
No,
And from 9 a.m. onwards right to the afternoon peak is what Auckland has done, which would come at a substantive cost.
And is that at Auckland's cost?
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Same in Christchurch as well.
Are there in, so just reiterating, I don't think we actually put it up there that Super Gold runs from 9 AM to 3 PM and then after 6,
6:30.
6:30.
6:30.
Oh, you've got your card now. Yes.
Come on, okay.
Last week. Sorry. I should just let her out back, sorry.
Come live, come live. Okay.
Is there, and there is no service to Palmerston from the city after 6:30? Are there any other areas that are served that have, that Super Gold do not have a way to return?
No.
This is the only one, and it's about $1,000 a year. We think we're losing from it.
I essentially need to push my chair back.
I can't imagine you going farming.
It's a political decision. I'm sort of on the fence. Hey, do you have anything to add, Juliet?
Conflict of interest.
I'm a bit of a stickler for sticking to
Yeah.
policy.
Yeah, no. I get that.
And
We didn't have any submissions on it, to be fair.
what would worry me, do we set ourselves up?
Yeah.
In the future, you know, if we get our way eventually with NZTA, we have additional services, are we going to be confronted with requests, you know, that could pop up in the future that we can't, that we currently haven't got, for
I think
example.
the biggest thing is if we are looking at those other services which council's already directed us to look at, they will be of a similar vein. They'll be to get people to and from the city to attend a few appointments or meetings, or and then do we make them all run before 3 or after 6:30? And then, or else do we just address the fact that would be, to be fair, we need to make this apply for all of those services, and then you say, well, at what point do we stop which services it applies, and we will come, there'll be some people who say, but it's not that I can't get home before 6:30 to and I'm not sure about Brighton actually. Can they get Brighton?
Just.
Just.
It's an early service in, I think there's a.
Yeah. So there'll be ones like that. It's not that I can't get home, but what if I don't want to wait until after 6:30 to get home? Is there anything?
I get it. I'm just wondering whether we're better to have a principle somewhere that in deciding on route services to areas, that consideration be given for people with super golds to be able to do both trips in a meaningful way. Now that would be somewhere else. And then the exceptions can be at least considered at that time. And look, and yeah.
I think you can see how difficult this
Yeah,
will be.
And we made that choice. It's $1,000 that we think we can get out of the community, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, it's not a high risk. If it was likely to cost more, but it was going to really affect the community, I think we'd have possibly a different decision.
I think this is one of the issues that Mayor Smith is going to come into, because obviously if you pick up Ministry for Education services, then they are going to move at that time. And then if you want to have those services, and you've got concession fares on them, and then you also have to either make them free or have an additional service to have a free service for Super Gold, then you are starting to run, I guess, some challenging services in terms of your overall economics.
Yep, I absolutely get that, but he's happy because it's going to go to a regional issue for him. Oh, I think he's on board. Yeah. Anyway, I'm happy. Look, I think we say that this is an anomaly. It's unfortunate, and this should be considered in setting new routes. But that in this case, with the lack of submissions, it remains. We accept that recommendation, something like that. But we will. So, and the timing will be the same as the other. What's the timing on this one? Is it the same as the other ones? Because we need to be reflecting this to the community.
So
You need to make a decision on the timing.
So all we're doing is reinforcing the current policy.
Yes, but at the moment, we've given the discount. You
Yeah,
moved
sorry, correct, yes, I did.
until we relate it to the community.
That's right.
Timing for when we.
Yes.
Yeah, no, very good. You're quite right.
We should make it the same as the base fee.
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
so
Fair enough.
to be clear, you're accepting the staff recommendation to discontinue the free fares after 3
Yes.
p.m. Okay.
But ask that it be a principle in, I don't know where it will
Well,
be.
between the 3 and 6,
I accept the staff recommendation.
after 6:30 it'll be free again, but we need one for that service.
Well, it might be after you've done your review.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, the reason why perhaps Auckland and Canterbury can do it is because they're starting off with a higher private share and they can invest and they have more scope to
And I'd have to
make a few
say,
decisions like this, yeah.
someone coming in from the North Coast could come in on a fully subsidised service, the 10:30 run or whatever.
Mm.
And then obviously they'd have to pay the full fare on the way back, but, so they still,
Yeah.
one way they would be fully subsidised.
Take that away anyway.
Or something, and
There's-
they're having that one as well. And yeah.
Yeah, the zone case is going to be interesting.
Yeah, so in terms of your recommendation, if you're accepting the staff recommendation, then you're taking away the anomaly. So I'm not sure what else needs to be noted other than accepting the recommendation.
Or just the timing of.
Okay.
That's what we would, yeah.
But I did think that it should be a consideration. Gold card, potential super gold card should be in consideration of new route design. Just a consideration, I'm not saying you have to keep to it, but the ability to go both ways.
Dealing with that now, or do we deal with that in the wrap up?
Okay.
I don't know. We don't want to forget about it, I suppose, at the end of the day, if you could
It's fine
note.
to put one there, I think. Yeah.
Recommends.
It would sort of fit well in the wrap up one though, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
it's a round of some of the sentiments around all the user and types of users.
That's true.
Just could Robin note it, so then
Yep.
we don't forget about it.
Yep.
And the wrap up,
Absolutely.
please.
Yep.
Thank you.
So
So that.
Made at the same time as space.
yeah, it's in line, it's the same. As
Around pub, giving notice and.
Yeah.
making a decision public. We're not going to affect a lot of super gold holders around the timing of the school holidays. But then this
It does.
So are you happy to move? That we accept the staff recommendation?
happy to move that.
Yep. I'll pick it to second.
No, you don't want to be. Yeah, I think you should be.
No. Okay, happy to second, accept the staff recommendation. For the motion, those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Thank you, it's carried, and the second one, which will come out in our general recommendations at the very end. Obviously, we recommend that they can be made at the same time.
But no, they're both in.
It's there already.
The other one, the wrap up one is is when you're planning new routes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mhm, That's okay.
God, I need to drink some more coffee.
Do you want to?
So moving on, is there anything else?
The privacy target for the next one.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
This is a long one. I don't read this one so much. Do you want to speak this one?
Yep, sure.
Robin, or
I can pick this one. So this one is actually nice and short and sweet. So our recommendation is just around the nature of setting and agreeing on our private share targets as per our directive. We originally signalled some officer level targets to NZTA, but based on further, I guess, analysis, we're suggesting that the proposed targets that were 24, 30 and 35,
You've just taken it off the screen.
Stay with us
sorry,
for a minute. Yeah.
sorry.
I'm just
Yeah, that's fine.
So we initially signalled targets of 20, 25 and 30. But based on our modelling and additional analysis that we've done since then, we're suggesting an amendment of those targets to 2023 and 25 to be more representative, particularly given that fares as our main mechanism for influencing private share. Yeah, and we just note that further than achieving these targets relies on decisions that use the future zonal fare structure as well, and possible commercial opportunities that we haven't explored in any detail yet.
Can I just double check what years, because the agreed ones and the proposed ones have 24, 25, then 26. The top one is 25, 26 and 26, 27. The other
You've got
one
the wrong
is
year,
26,
That's the year.
27,
Oh,
27,
the year must
28.
be-
Oh, I beg your pardon.
25, 20.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, thank you for picking that up.
Oh, yeah, that's-
Yep.
Okay.
I'm happy to move.
Happy to second, happy to second.
So the panel accepts the staff recommendation.
It would pay to have the years and the recommendation as well. Any discussion or at this point?
Just cover.
We've referred to adult 250 fare, but further up we've referred to it as a B card fare. Do we want to specify the cash fare in there, or are we waiting because we're deciding on cash fare decisions next year?
It's a good question. Cash fares are sitting outside.
Actually, child dash youth or whatever we've done.
Yes, good point.
Just what's that?
Around cash fares. We decide in the meantime.
I think not. I think we're not at the stage that would come back with the further information based on well, when we look at fares, when we look at the zonal and the other concessions and the changes.
So the cash fare doesn't go up to 350. It stays at 3.
The policy is that's a whole dollar value. We haven't
Yeah.
we haven't said it will go up to
Okay.
$4 or stay at $3.
We haven't made a recommendation. I mean, Queen's count is 4.
Yeah.
You could make it 4 unilateral. The thing is, I'm just trying to remember the percentage of cash users is low.
It's high in Queenstown.
Yeah.
Higher in Queenstown.
Yeah, it's relatively low here, but then I guess arguably the impact would be greater on the fewer number of cash users.
But if there's nothing specifying it in the recommendations, that cash fare is just going to stay at 3 until we make a decision ahead of, cool. That's just what I wanted to check. Might just be worth saying adult card fare rather than adult fare, maybe.
Well, it's both cards. So it's adult 250 and child youth card fares.
Yeah.
Very happy to leave the cash fare at 3 until we make those decisions next year.
I'm going to talk you above. We only need to read.
Fares, fare prices. To adult.
So this is really only, this will have to be reassessed when you've done the zonal fares, won't it? Next year.
The private share?
Yes.
No,
I
hopefully
think-
not.
I think the
Well, then
zone,
we should put that in zone then. This is,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. so it doesn't have to be reassessed.
Covering stuff, persons, but we.
Does that make sense now?
So we're bus ticket anyway. Oh, we don't do those anymore. Sorry.
Probably the only other thing is, do we recognise the key thing with the private share targets that we're actively engaging with setting our targets and reviewing targets? I don't know if there's anything, should we perhaps note that potentially?
They'll be reported.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's our main criteria, is that level of engagement with NZTA.
It's just a stupid criteria. It should be criteria, should be the numbers. Actual numbers.
Take it up with the GPS.
so it looks, it's not,
Yeah.
Robin changed that, I can confirm my screen yet.
Oh, sorry.
There's just this.
I just got the panel recommendation. The panel accepts the staff recommendation based on proposed fare increases to adult $2.50 and child and youth fares of $1.50 and future zonal structure. Private share targets of 19.7 for 24-25, 22% for 25-26, and 23.8 for 26-27.
This
And
sort of bit here, it's still on the screen, should be gone, but it isn't disappeared off the screen.
And I just wondered, do you want one further point with regards to staff engaging with NZTA to agree and review private share targets?
Probably worth.
So that's
worth
not,
noting, yeah.
that's not so much a bullet point, there's a separate point, isn't it?
Yeah, I think just noting that.
Yeah, I think that's, yeah, it's important there. Yeah, yep.
We just have to pop off to ELT for an hour. I might join you back, or otherwise.
Thank you very much, Lauren.
Where do we do fair capping?
That's alongside zone decision.
We did have that in there to come back, did we?
Yeah, it's possibly one that we might just need to check,
Yeah.
think about that, because I didn't note it as a change based on our summary, so it wasn't in that table. We might just, I've just made a note of it so that we make sure we don't lose sight of it, but we might, if you want to have a specific recommendation around fair capping or a change to the RPTP that we noted in that table that we're about to walk our way through.
Great.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, help me with this text, I'm not quite sure what I'm saying.
The panel notes that staff will actively engage with NZTA on setting and reviewing private share targets.
Okay.
Should that be better done in an annual plan as opposed to a RPTP? Just asking.
It's a good question. It's interesting because we were instructed, part of the RPTP development guidelines is that we must specify.
Okay, it's and they do,
yeah.
it's there.
I think it's probably the timing of them being introduced and us, and so agreeing and setting them, and then us also at the same time developing our RPTP and consulting on our RPTP. The timing this
Are
time
they
in
going to be happy with
future.
that? Because what happens if they're not happy with us putting that in there?
Well, they didn't
That's a-
submit on it.
Mm.
I mean, they've seen the panel report. They didn't bring it up in their
Yeah,
in their
okay.
submission. So hopefully that will be all good.
Um,
I guess then we have to actually engage with them if they don't.
Doing as what we've been told to do, basically. Yeah.
So is councillor Wilson still moving and councillor Noon still
I'm
seconding?
happy.
Yes. Yes. Any discussion? I'm not going to read them out. Robin's just done that. I'll put those three motions. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all of our special points to note. Now we have a set of amendments to text.
Well, these are the email, the ones we got today.
Correct.
So, so there'll be some new ones on this list from what you've seen previously.
But the top ones largely reflect what was in the summary of submissions. That's just taking what we've suggested as changes and collating them into a spreadsheet, into a table here for our report.
No, just procedurally, my question is, do we want to go through all of them and get a sense of the panel's decision and then move a motion on the table rather than going through one line at a time? Because some of these can be straightforward.
Yep. Okay.
As in pick out the ones we might have more to say on.
Yes, we can discuss them as we go through. But let's just be able to note quick steps.
Okay, you just
Yeah.
step us through.
Okay, so let's start with the first one. This is just a response to NZTA's request to make sure we reflect NZTA's role a little bit more fairly for them, which we've taken on board with some minor phrasing changes. Not too significant. Are there any concerns with that?
No, happy.
Next one, right, just watching screen. Bus drivers, a change of phrasing to emphasise the importance of driver safety and working conditions. So just looking at the change in phrasing, Deliberations service operators to ensure the high standard of passenger and driver safety and driver. So it's just this extra clause and working conditions.
Yep, happy. Next one.
Next one should be easy. Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Look,
So-
it is and it isn't. I'm going to add another thing there.
Okay.
And I just want to understand, there is a number of submissions that talk about providing for bikes better in certain areas. And at the moment, we're limited, I think, to 2 bikes. There are many systems that will provide 4 or 5 bikes per bus. And what is the game changer there to get those other systems that would provide for more bikes? Because it's a terrible system otherwise.
We have 3 bike racks in Queenstown that were brought in. So those were brought in for Unit 3 in Dunedin and then swapped out with Queenstown. Queenstown has a greater need. Is there anything reflecting bike rack policy?
No, the note was just around that. We did have a sub note in here, page 23, that note in 2024 NCT applied to temporary restrictions.
Yes, I appreciate
was
that.
removing that.
So in terms of this line, then this is straightforward.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm not sure that was going to come up again. There was.
Can we make a note at the bottom then?
Okay, make it a note.
Because it is a separate matter.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, just leave it to later.
Are you making some-
I'll raise it
Are
later.
you making some notes for extra points for the panel?
Yeah.
So if you can just add something there, we'll keep on ticking through the these.
I want to make sure that my colleague can get home.
Okay, focus area. So we just have a bit of a change recommended to the first focus area. The passenger experience to provide useful transport services that
Was around the social
Yes.
inclusion.
promote social inclusion as extra phrasing.
Good.
Accept.
Like that. Well done.
Happy?
That seems to be against contrary to your advice, though, you gave earlier, that's a term that's.
No, that's transport disadvantage, and it's specifically
No,
transport
We
disadvantage.
also have pointed back, remove the definition of transport disadvantage from this
Yeah.
bullet point of page 19.
Oh, we just thought it was more inclusive.
So that
Yes.
you're happy that it doesn't change that meaning. It's slightly counterintuitive to what you told us earlier.
True, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess what the way I feel with this particular objective is we've particularly called out the transport
Yeah.
disadvantage
As opposed to social.
as opposed to the social inclusion.
Yeah.
But I just feel that the amendment is more inclusive
Yeah, okay.
without discrediting or diminishing
Yeah.
the needs of the transport disadvantage within that.
So the next one, sorry, this has gone over 2 pages, it's
Yeah.
annoying. Invest in a public transport system that promote. Oh, we've got an addition of that reduces reliance on private vehicles.
This is the one dependency on reliant on.
I think
changed.
dependency is different than reliance, but I'm.
We talked about this on Friday. Yeah.
Except you don't want to insist on dependency.
I'm happy with, it is, but you thought it was semantics, I think it's slightly different. And I think dependency is like, yeah, but I'm happy.
I'm
with-
happy with either.
I'm relaxed. Elliot. Relaxed.
We can go dependency if you want.
Well, let's not do enough change for change's sake, if you don't want.
Okay.
No, that's fine. It's only one word. It's not a problem.
Dependency, we're on, page 33, last.
Yeah,
That's 17, yeah, sorry. And 34, there's two of
I
them.
would just say, if we are going to say dependency, then dependence would be more.
Dependence.
Yep.
Okay.
Without changing
Yeah.
it.
We had that discussion.
But that's really getting into
No,
semantics.
that's good.
We have the same one duplicated here. Robin. Yeah, line 5 and 6 are the same, but that's okay.
Isn't there a common listening?
Is there two occasions?
I have two different requests, but the same answer to both of them. So I can make the same recommendation on that.
Yeah.
Customer service.
Mm.
Yes, so this is just noting that our surveys aren't just based on meeting NZTA requirements. So it's also for we do these customer surveys for our own reasons, not just for NZTA's sake. This next one, number 8, is in the case study, just changing the phrasing.
Happy?
Okay, no, this is a new one. This was a request by Peter Dowden, which was just to provide some explicit note that wherever possible, extra services for events should be on existing route branding. So if that's possible, it's better to run a Route 63 than a stadium special. Which we thought was reasonable. And that's not so you can't run a stadium special if it's a weird day, but okay. And again, this next one is a request from Peter Dowden, that we view in the long term our security staff at the bus hub as having a customer service role, beyond just being security staff.
Cool.
Next one, this is some technicalities around the total mobility, some slight over detail on it.
Yeah.
No concerns.
Happy?
We can try. Yeah, I'm trying to explain if needed. So there were some edits to there was errors on the explainer for total mobility, as pointed out by Gary Maloney, and we produced the correct version. It didn't quite have some of the calculations correct in various ways. Okay. Okay, we've got a whole set of changes. I haven't viewed these ones. Did you have much involvement with these ones?
Sorry. Oh yes, I do have quite a bit of involvement. Actually, this is worth talking through. So NZTA made some some suggestions in regards to total mobility, but also thought that we perhaps weren't quite aligned with the guidance. So Laura and I worked through how we were best to incorporate that. So I'm just going to my marked up changes. Okay, so the first one is the TMP3. We basically took an action and have turned it now into a policy. So I'll just articulate what I wrote here. Sorry, I'm just flicking between two documents here. So amend total mobility policy for the run affordability, first of all, to remove 4 passengers. So then it reads, investigate potential barriers to total mobility's affordability, including the 37.5 fare cap subject to financial viability, not just for passengers, because it's about ratepayers as well, and the outcome of central government's total mobility review. So that was a very minor change. The second one is we deleted action A5, and we've incorporated that into policy TMP3 to now read, total mobility will be procured in accordance with NZTA procurement manual and OIC's transport activities procurement strategy. So it's just solidifying the mechanisms we've used for our procurement and adhering to guidance set out in the total mobility scheme, a guide for local authorities with a focus on achieving access and value for money. So that's just a little bit more succinct. The other piece, the next bit was total mobility action 1. This is just a little bit of wording change. So take responsibility and actionable measures to ensure operators and agencies meet their eligibility and contractual obligations, including comprehensive auditing and vehicles, claiming, training and health and safety. And this was a comment from NZTA just around how we monitor our operators, particularly with regards to entry and exiting from the program. So it was important to just bring in their contractual obligations and of course eligibility, but also the claiming and to reflect making sure that their claims are accurate and that trips are not being overstated or fraudulent in any way. So that was just a nice wee tidy up there.
I'd just change comprehensively to comprehensive, just grammar wise.
Thank you.
Which one's that?
Oh, comprehensively, yeah, thank you.
TMA1.
Appreciate that, yep.
I'll make a note of that.
I've just got it here. And then the final one, TMA2, we don't currently have sort of a manual around the TM procedures and operational stuff. So this is about us internally developing a standardised operator and agency contract procurement process in line with the new policy that were popped up there to reduce barriers to entry, promote transparency and resourcing in a way that serves the disabled people with a diverse range of needs while maintaining good value for money. So the introduction of the good value for money piece. And then the final one was TMA5, and just again around us reviewing the scheme and the subsidies in line with the annual plan and long-term process.
So this is
and that
the
was
next line. This is now 14.
Yes, correct. So this was again a comment from NZTA that we didn't have a process for reviewing our total mobility schemes.
So when was it last reviewed? Sorry, and this is important. I mean, whether this is the opportunity that we should make a recommendation on this one now, because in the annual plan process, we missed if we don't do it now. Potentially.
Yeah,
how long has it been? $37.50?
It's quite a while, isn't it?
April 2022.
Yeah.
I'm happy to make a recommendation that it should be increased. I mean, $40 at least, but yeah. It makes a significant difference to those people.
Yep.
But it will also have a budget implication. So I think we need to have
Is this
something.
perhaps one that we could take to the annual plan process?
Yeah.
Because this is
The only
this
option
process,
yeah.
is about also taking our recommendations from here
Yeah.
to be reflected in the annual plan deliberations, which are yet to occur.
So it'd be good to refer it to Nick to say that there may be some discussion on this, and he needs, I mean, because he'll need to have some data about that, the implications.
Yeah.
Very happy to accept all those TM1s with the note from council where that we're amending comprehensively to comprehensive.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's a few there. It just felt like we started doing the wee tweaks. It made more sense just to have a so that was a really useful
That's for 13, but 14. So under 13, you've got TMA5, but you've dealt with it under 14, ID 14. You've got it twice, basically. Your response is in 14.
correct. Yes,
And
sorry,
that just needs
apologies.
to be referred to
Yeah.
next week.
This next one I've already noticed an error. And the so it's recommended change in phrasing.
Yes,
But the phrasing is a double negative.
yes.
Lack of underinvestment.
Nice.
Gotcha.
This lack of investment.
address the.
Nice.
Developed and maintain strategic priorities and investments combined with the needs. So this is just a change from
Introducing that word interests.
yes, needs and aspirations versus needs, interests and aspirations. There was particularly with regards to the Remarkables Park submission,
Yeah,
which
that was this one.
which reflected some changes in language.
So of that submission, we just quickly reviewed all the policy recommendations that they'd made, and that was our recommended change. We felt all the other ones sort of had a very repetitive nature and that they were already incorporated in our existing policy.
There was just the one to do with taking into consideration technology advances or IT advances, or you felt that was covered off.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yep, that's cool.
So the next one, this was an innovative area because we did intend to have a local one as well as a regional one, and the list of integral services at the end, even though it's not funded.
So which page are we looking at?
39. Second. Oh,
For Oamaru service
sorry.
or for
See.
the previous one?
Well,
The previous
So
one's page
page
42.
60.
Oh. So we're on line 17 now? Is that the one?
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering what we actually need is to have red circles around Dunedin and Queenstown because they're already provided for in the centres as well.
Yeah.
I again, potentially semantics, but you've got you're sort of
Yeah, add call outs to the urban networks.
yeah that you've got Dunedin and Queenstown have it around the centre as
Yeah.
well. But that would be Mosgiel as well.
Yeah.
If you put Mosgiel in there. But so the reason that's important is what you'd then be doing is putting a red circle around Oamaru.
Okay, hold
Would it be a different colour for planned?
Oh, planned, yeah.
So
Well, no, this is next 10 years. So
Right, and it would just be a different colour in that earlier one. Existing.
yeah,
Or it just wouldn't be coloured, yeah.
So what I write for the decision to keep this simple in terms of a decision is accept the recommendation, which is with regards to the tables at the end, and then additionally amend the maps to show urban services on urban centres on urban networks and regional maps,
yeah.
including Oamaru in the future.
See, there's a
Yeah.
just that's
Maybe I'll just add up Clifford to that if we are. I think we have, we can come back up Clifford if that's easier.
Sorry, I missed that.
Upper
Upper
Clifford.
Clifford, oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
we can come
Should we
back
do
to
that
if
as
that's
part of the
easier.
network maps? We've got a,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, I think this one was just relating to Oamaru. I've got a couple of other ones around network maps when we get to try to do them in page order, so we'll
Okay.
get to page 60.
No
But this
worries.
Oamaru one covered a few pages.
Yeah, we can come back to we can come back to that in a bit then. So I think this one was
This was just a request again to strengthen the language.
Yeah.
So we had engaged in meaningful dialogue, and it's to engage in open and regular dialogue with our partner agencies and key stakeholders to align expectations, identify and address inefficiencies and opportunities, and optimise the operation of our services.
So this submitter
This
had a longer suggestion, and we incorporated this in part, but not with all the detail that they had. I can't remember which submitter that one was.
I can't remember either, sorry.
It might have even been NZTA, I'm not sure, but it says ground theory, I'm not sure which one is. Are we comfortable with that?
I'm going from meaningful to open and regular as strengthens it. So
Mm.
cool.
And just a little more detail too around district inefficiencies and also the opportunities piece as well.
Okay, we have just a little addition requested on our list of things we've achieved. We always like to say we've achieved things, so
Yeah, this is an
This-
NZTA suggestion.
this seems a helpful suggestion. So NZTA requested some more, sorry, let me know if I'm rushing past these ones.
No, you're doing well.
This is number 19.
Yeah, we're number 20 now.
Oh, sorry.
I've rushed through 19 a bit.
Apologies, sorry. I'm just-
Okay, so number 20 with NZTA requesting more specificity about on-demand services, and this was a little bit against our thinking because we had we take quite an attitude that on-demand should be treated in the same framework as fixed rate services, because it's an alternative way of solving the same problems. However, in response to them, we've taken the approach that let's make that principle more explicit, that we're treating on-demand in line with fixed rate to the extent possible. So that's the reason.
We're just adding a couple of bullet points to that.
Yep. So that includes the rub in buses, and the principles for reviewing services, reviewing how they perform. Comfortable with comment 21?
Yes.
So we had a lot of requests from Remarkables Park and to add a lot of references to technology and our recommendation is to not do a lot of that. However, given the level of interest, we thought it was appropriate when we do talk about modes to list that as an example of an alternative transport mode. Without saying technology under every single policy, which was
Very good.
what some of it was pushing us towards.
It's
Sorry,
worth just adding rail as another example.
right, I'd almost
It's
take
not-
out tram, because they are just examples, but put bus,
Yep.
ferry,
Yeah,
train.
they're just examples,
Or rail,
but
yeah.
yeah.
Do you want to take up tram entirely?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Because
okay,
that
yeah.
comes under
Yeah.
light rail use, so
Yeah.
yeah, if you can't do rail, then
Rail,
that covers
yeah.
Yeah.
all rail.
Yeah, that's true. Also take out tram, otherwise except.
and add in rail?
Do we not have rail in here?
No,
No,
Oh,
and add in rail.
yeah, rail.
rail and the
Yeah.
cable.
And the cable road technologies,
Yeah,
yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Well done. Cool.
Take out tram, have rail,
So we've got bus, ferry, rail, cable road technologies.
otherwise except.
No,
Okay.
57. Yeah.
So number 22, you might want to reflect on that one a little bit. We obviously had a lot of interest in rail from various submitters, some very good submissions on that. We're not in a position to give much detailed advice on what to do, but we do certainly accept that there's interest and that there's a potential role in the future. So we just added a bullet point for regional rail.
So that's on this table here.
Yeah.
And that aspirations,
No.
are you comfortable with that wording? Jack and I just put that together, but to investigate the role of rail in delivering regional services.
You'll
I
get
think-
some people saying it should be local commuter services, but I don't believe that's the case. personally.
Yeah, I read through like the Canterbury RPTP and the hearings report there and stuff. I wonder if because this almost seems like the first step for that would be, you know, some kind of business case or scoping study or something. Worth noting that and they had the same thing where they didn't really mention rail. A lot of people wondered why, other than their, you know, MRT kind of stuff. So they also had people submitting commuter rail, as in like within Greater Christchurch. They've done an assessment on that, which said there would be, you know, need to be significant investment in rail infrastructure and stuff, and it wouldn't be as makes sense. But in terms of interregional or more regional rail linking Christchurch with the likes of Ashford and Timaru, Dunedin, using the South Island main trunk rail line, blah, blah, was also included in several submissions. That's apparently something they have in their LTP for year 2. So next year would be to undertake a market demand and rail utilisation study to investigate regional passenger rail. Which I don't think they got funding for in the NLTP, but that is still in their LTP to do that. And so I don't know if we would need to take on a role investigating if ECAN is already,
Good point.
but so we don't want to duplicate the same work. So I wrote some wording that could potentially
Awesome.
be
Let us know what you think, and we can and we can.
Can I suggest we should be complimenting ECAN on the investigations of interregional for Canterbury, Otago and Southland.
Yeah, but I haven't funded it yet.
Oh, no, but
yes,
if
they're
they don't,
intending to.
if they
Yeah,
don't
sure.
do it, then we can then we don't. But if we, because we should be looking at Southland and Otago as well.
Yeah, so I think, reflecting potentially those ECAN submission, intentions, but the wording I had that just sort of allows us to take whatever makes sense would just be collaborate with key stakeholders to explore interregional public transport opportunities, such as public buses, passenger rail, or co-sharing on private buses. And then that's got that mode neutrality in there as well. Really,
So continue from explore. Oh, sorry. Continue from explore.
explore interregional public transport opportunities.
Yep.
Such as public buses, passenger rail, or code sharing on private buses.
Great.
That leaves the door open to whatever.
If I say code sharing on exempt.
Whatever the technical terms are.
Exempt bus, I'll say exempt bus services. For what it's worth. That would make sense to me. It's probably difficult to identify stakeholders just because there's a lot. The only key point is that ECAN is the real key stakeholder,
But we also have the
which wouldn't be
union.
the case in a lot of our work programs. But possibly keep as stakeholders for.
I didn't want to specify because
Logistics too.
you've got the uni that might, be exploring that stuff on their own and would probably want to be talking to them about anything they're doing in that space, that kind of thing. So
I agree,
that leaves the
absolutely.
door open for
And
us to
Kiwi
do that.
Rail and
Of course,
all any of it.
Is everyone supportive of that?
Yes,
Can you just make it clear where it's going?
It would be in the an extra bullet point on that orange table.
But with our inspirations, thank you. Yes, so I'm comfortable with
Yeah,
that.
illustrations.
And just the and this would also mean deleting the development of the wider regional network. Probably.
Public
Yeah.
services. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's not directly conflict, but it might make sense.
Final bullet point about
Support development of wider regional network. Wider regional network of exempt services.
not necessarily. We could keep it.
See one at least covers the possibility of that, but
They're kind of complementary to each
Yeah,
other,
exactly.
actually. Yeah.
And identifying those exempt service network is a
Yeah.
important
part of them.
thing in the plan. So
I'd be okay with leaving both of them.
Yeah.
In the area.
yep, no, I'll remove that then. We'll stick it as is. That's good and thoughtful.
That page is an interesting page for me.
Yep.
It is really easy to focus on the urban. You've got one page. I almost want to pull them apart because this is what we do already. We don't do anything in this area.
Yeah.
And because you've got these all first, I know they're not intentional, but it looks like the priority orders. And regional, there is a real frustration, I think, by people that they can't get to have really good discussions about the regional services because we keep on getting overridden by the number of
Yeah.
people who submit on the other ones.
We do have to be a little bit careful because these follow the One Network framework structure that we're prescribed to show how we deliver our services under these
Or could deliver.
different service layers.
Yeah.
And that's the layer that they prescribe. But I appreciate your point.
Yeah, there might be a bit of conceptual stuff and reconceiving some of the regional stuff. I thought that's mostly based on the NZTA structure, but I find it a little bit clumsy.
Well then our current services, do we really see Palmerston to Dunedin as being a regional service? When I think most people see that as a Dunedin centric service. I appreciate it goes over a boundary into Waitaki, but
Well, the definition of regional is that it connects small urban areas to a larger city. That, as opposed to a city link which connects two cities.
Arrowtown to Queenstown.
Yeah, there are questions about where you draw the line between urban and regional.
Yeah.
I could potentially make an argument that the Brighton service is regional.
Mm.
I could make an argument that the Mosgiel service is a primary regional service rather than an urban service. But the word regional has a lot of meanings to different people.
Yeah.
I guess while on
Yes.
these grids, which I find really helpful in outlining those sort of layers that we have, but I know we'll come to the maps later, so I'll just like highlight this now, and then we can deal with it when we come to the maps.
Yep.
But just under the urban connector, so that's that maroon one. Under our aspirations, the implement connector service in Oamaru and Wanaka, either fixed route or on demand.
Mhm.
So we've committed to that in the aspirations.
Yes.
I just don't think that's reflected in like the appendices
Yes,
or
Yes,
the
thank
maps.
you.
So just when we come to
Yeah,
that.
no, we
I'll-
had picked that up, hadn't we?
Yes.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
yeah,
And I think wasn't that what you covered off up here?
we had the point on Nauru, but
Oh, Wanaka hasn't.
but as important note with the Wanaka one as well, that probably gives us justification just to change it for consistency.
Should I add a
If nothing
separate
else.
point to deal with that maybe?
Yeah.
And we've got it here, but it would then be in the maps, is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
So
so I don't want to change anything here, but just highlighting that here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great.
I think that's
Well,
one
like,
thing.
yeah.
We were talking about having that
Thank
one
you, Councillor.
contention in the maps anyway.
Cool.
So you're talking about this aspiration on the purple box?
Yeah.
Yes.
The implement connector service in Oamaru and Wanaka. Having that reflected.
That was the,
So-
So what is the Wanaka Queenstown service for trips per day?
That's the current Ritchie service. They operate 2 trips direct via Kajone and 2 trips via Cromwell, as exempt services. So they're not in city services. They're just Ritchie services.
Are they direct or are they changeover in Cromwell? The ones
So they're direct, they go all the way.
okay.
You can see them on the Ritchie's website.
You can
Sorry.
take an intercity and swap it.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought- so the
think, but that's. I
Sure,
don't know how
bus
many people
Ritchie's
do
on
that.
the Crown Range, so they must take
Yeah.
the Crown Range as well.
So that's the second one. Yeah, okay. I honestly think it'll be much easier if we actually said what those are on the maps. And I don't think it's too hard to put intercity colour coding. And just
Yeah, I have made a
understand.
note of that to change the key from
Yeah.
integral exempt service to say intercity.
And there'll be Ritchies in there as well then.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely have different lines of Ritchie, which is a bit.
Which owns intercity, right?
What?
Isn't Ritchie's own intercity?
Did it?
No, Intercity is almost a franchise. They choose local operators. I think it's often Ritchie's.
Right.
Ritchie's here, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
Ritchie's runs all the intercity here,
Ah.
Yeah.
Right, really good. Yeah.
just to make it even more confusing.
XNZR.
I'm a little bit concerned about that because there are other exceptions like the Queenstown to Te Anau is not intercity anymore. It's just code share with great straight sites, tour buses. So there's a little bit of complexity for showing operators.
Okay.
So maybe, yeah.
It could be that we say,
Can we,
A little
can we perhaps put
explainer
it
box
as
somewhere.
a footnote or something somewhere maybe?
yeah, it probably wouldn't be here. It would be on this map.
What you got on those grades, you could just put intercity,
E.g. intercity.
Ritchie,
Egg, yeah.
Ritchie's,
yeah.
et al.
I think given most of it, so you can just say E.g. intercity.
Yeah.
And
And then people understand what the general idea is.
and avoid talking about the full range of operators. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, in Central, there are a lot of shuttle services.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
A heck of a lot.
okay, we've just before we come to those network maps, we have a recommended explainer on small buses. Because there's a lot of the usual question, why don't you run smaller buses? So we've written a explainer to add to the text of the plan.
And potentially fill that little gap there with what we were thinking.
Oh, yeah, so very good.
Yes.
Yeah,
We can size it to fit that piece.
I thought your explainer was okay, but it doesn't show the perception issue that people have that they see buses and don't
Oh,
understand that the
Seeing buses full. Okay,
But you only generally see them for one or two parts of the whole trip.
I think that's a separate issue, but also definitely something we could have an explainer on why
Right, yeah.
you know, run buses throughout the day, but it's connected, I guess, to having, because people say, why don't you have small buses running the day and big ones at peak time? So,
They do cover that off in that explainer.
yeah. I thought that the small bus explainer was your.
so I was put this question then, should we do an indie bus explainer?
Yeah, I
It
would
might
also
be over-
caution doing too many
Yeah.
explainers because it kind of loses something as well.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
We kind of picked the two big issues, I think. Well, free fares was obviously the issue initially, and that was to sort of moderate perhaps the feedback you're going to get in terms of free fares, so people understand why we don't just go with free fares. The smaller buses obviously came up through the submissions as being a key issue, so we thought that was worth explaining.
Well, maybe it's not here. Maybe we should actually. It's quite clear that we need to do quite a lot of other.
As I said, is it through a marketing or type
Yeah,
of
it's
campaign?
I was going to say, should
Or-
we recommend
Yeah.
putting, because there's one thing to
Yeah.
put it in the
Yeah,
in
we
the
need to
plan
do some-
now,
yeah.
but even the people who submitted probably aren't going to go back and
True.
read the
True.
plan, so having that. But obviously we do have items about marketing and
Yes.
promoting and
Yeah,
education and stuff even. But
Yeah.
It'd be good to have a NEBIT planning FAQ or something on the website, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Just
Give them some
common-
good
yeah,
reading, some of your
even that.
textbooks.
that explainer text, just making sure that is not just going in the plan, but that's also going on some
Yeah,
Facebook
that's right.
posts and
Yeah,
stuff
that's a
like
good
that
idea.
would be great.
Yep. I'll note that as my extra
But
bits.
that's, not really a recommendation for the plans.
Yes, thank you.
So this particular suggestion is the integral exempt services make it say EG in facility.
So the shuttle buses don't need to be exempt because they're too small.
So they are exempt by default.
Yeah, because that's
So,
right.
but they don't have they don't have to be registered. So there's integral
Yeah.
exempt, registered.
Yeah, no,
so different
Yeah,
categories.
yeah.
It's a bit of a Z, I think. So we have seeking granularity in the future network aspirations. The request was with regards to the 10-year map with the regional maps.
Yeah.
Having sort of Kate asked for 3 to 5, we thought 3 to 6.
Yeah, 3 to 6 fine.
for funding periods, and then it's 6 to 10. Just to see a little thought on the ordering of improvements. And we also thought if we're doing that, it would make sense to do the same for Dunedin. But there wouldn't be that much difference. But the suggestion of the Mosgiel frequency improvements is less justified by business cases than the routes 5 and 10 frequency improvements.
So you're talking about page 65 on.
Yep. So the
So just the map on
next 10 years,
page
Dunedin.
6, top of page 66, that would be rather than just one,
Yeah,
next 10
that's
years,
it.
we'd have two maps.
Yeah.
A 3 to 6 and a 6 to 10.
And
So I'm just going to check in my head. This means that despite a number of submissions from our frequent submitters on the City Rise, they don't get anything.
we don't have a recommendation with regards to City Rise. We, I think any tweaks in the area would require a proper review.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do it through this process.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But when is the next review likely?
So Route 19 is in Unit 4, which is going out in 2028. It's scheduled to go out in 2028. So there should be some level of review of that over that time. How we do that is still to be determined.
That
We've
actually
also
is-
done a tweak, in a second we'll go through a tweak to a policy around reviewing.
that actually probably is helpful if we do that, translate that in a different way again. Yeah.
Yes, I think was this the
Are you both comfortable with one between some being 10 to 30 years?
No.
Rather than, probably with
Just thinking.
changing.
Yep.
And
No, I
here,
don't see it.
Yeah, didn't we mock something up for it?
Yeah, we did.
Is it in the main document?
Is it in the main document? Let's keep going down.
Right.
all I've got here at the next point, I think Robin's just added this one, is, so it won't be on your tables, is Wanaka Suburban Service, so adding this to the maps.
Adding that to that, and then which maps are we gonna, like, what time period map are we? adding
So
that?
if we want to have a separate 3 to 6 and 6 to 10 year map, that only makes sense if we have differences between maps.
Yeah.
So I imagine that the one who will come in at 6 to 10 is a harder to have a case for than Oamaru or Balclutha.
Yeah.
Which we already have the CAT study.
Comfortable with that. I might also just move that we move Queenstown Wanaka to 6 to 10 as well,
Oh,
as opposed to 10 to 30.
okay, yep. And one,
That helps.
I'll say Wanaka and
that's more for
Wanaka,
oh, yeah.
Queenstown.
Because that's already on the maps, it's just on the 10 to 30 rather than
And add Wanaka services to you 6 to 10 year.
yeah.
We're all happy? You happy with that?
Okay,
I think what those maps are missing the opportunity of the this isn't necessarily buses, is it?
no,
Yeah, we just have to keep, yeah, especially in Queensland where yeah. Okay, just checking.
okay, so we have NZTA rightly pointed out that we don't have a justification to put Homestead Bay Ferry on our future maps. While we certainly love community interest in doing that, the evidence base so far is negative. We could have it on the map, but it would be contrary to all the work we've done, unfortunately. So our recommendation is to remove it.
That's in the page 63,
Yeah.
taking it out of 3 to 6 years.
Out of 6 to 30 for the ferry. You'll see I had a leg on the ferry, which I should.
I see what that one.
Which I shouldn't have done.
I just want to clarify when we say, because we're just mindful that obviously if this, like there'll be stuff in the plan that's subject to further study or whatever, even if we don't have an evidence base for it. But you're saying that there's an evidence base to not do it essentially.
Yes, I think Queensland's a bit challenging because the Queensland business case was very comprehensive. Obviously we've got a very light document, the CAT study for the regional level that gives us an outline. And for Dunedin with the fares and frequencies, which was not as comprehensive as the Queensland business case. Yeah. And it didn't review the whole route structure to the same degree. So for Queenstown, because it's so recent, I would say it's a very strong evidence base to stick to.
Yeah.
Even if we want to be a bit speculative.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify. It wasn't that we didn't have evidence supporting it. It was that we had evidence to the contrary, basically.
Yeah.
And that was that it wasn't financially viable, wouldn't get ridership. Is that kind of?
Yes.
Yeah.
It didn't perform through the business case.
Yeah, sure. Comfortable with that then.
So sure, happy with it being removed. Yes, sir.
So on the maps on page 59, 60 and 61, we're moved to what the mode is. And yet when we get to Queenstown, we're neutral to the mode to a certain extent on page 62, except we've got ferries in there. But once you get over to 64, we're very clear that they're buses and they're not roads. Okay, well, I'm just raising that.
At present, the evidence base and the business case tells us that we're doing it with articulated buses. Now that may change in the future. We can suggest how to approach that.
So your potential for rapid offline service between Queensland not shown. So you've got that line there.
Yeah.
And we've taken out the ferry. It's just so you're thinking it's good. This is directing it more to be a bus at the moment, a frequent an articulated bus. I'm just checking that I'm reading this.
Yes,
correctly.
that is where we're at, where we are at present.
Okay,
And that's because the mode neutrality is only until we actually explore what the best mode would be for that thing, and we have done that for these networks and looked at that basically. Yeah. Cool.
So the next one on our list, number 27, is a new one we actually went over this morning. With regards to various requests for regional services, we're drawing up an alternative version of policy 8 on page 69, which draws a bit more attention to questions of willingness to pay, and criteria for services. So this is a new piece of content.
And this is sort of to follow up on our discussions over the course of submissions, really around, the small communities, particularly keen to have additional services in or around their areas. What was their willingness to be rated or to pay with some other mechanism to support, I guess, advancing the provision of that service.
So sorry.
Yeah, I suppose that recognises the scope and private funding capability or whatever. Yeah, no, cool.
Yeah. I mean, if we got a community come to us and say, hey, a local business wants to support, the development of a service, it provides a mechanism for us to then would justify why we might provide that service ahead of another service that's perhaps in our plan.
Okay, cool.
And that sort of encompassed with availability of resources and funding in the original one. It's just
Yes,
sort of
we've just been
clear.
more specific around that willingness rather than perhaps the availability of resourcing of funding. I think probably the general notion is that is our resourcing and our co-funding. Whereas I think if we could be a little bit more specific, that if
it's all potential sources.
Yeah.
And
So this is not, there's no operational implications in this change, just
No.
making that clear.
And also this policy may give us some direction in the future when considering our position with regards to unfunded or in doing matters which aren't NZTA funded. So if we are in a position where someone's asking the question, we can give advice based on this sort of policy of when it's appropriate to potentially undertake unfunded activities.
Yep.
Very good. Without committing to any particular.
Yes.
so where does it come in that NZTA may change their co-funding? So I understand the third bullet point. I'm not quite sure where I understand the priorities that NZTA may change, or even MOE.
Sorry, where's MOE coming in?
It's not that's the problem. Is
Okay.
I understand the third one, which is you're looking for co-funding,
Okay.
but where is it that NZTA may fund it that we're prioritising it? Is that under
Okay.
like their GPS will change?
Hmm.
And so if their GPS changes, and NZTA co-funding becomes available, do we then prioritise it? And is that met by potential level of usage or enhancing connectivity?
I think that would be the intent. That the first two would apply to any funding situation, and then the third one would apply when co-funding isn't available.
Okay. Okay.
So we speculated a little bit on all different considerations we have around populations and population distributions and towns
coverage and
and coverage, but it probably does come back to do we think there's a market to use this?
Well, so NZTA co-funding would be an issue. Would put us in there.
I don't think that's quite what we discussed. If NZTA co-funding was available, that would go in as low cost, low risk into a program, and so council would consider the work program, and if we get co-funding, then that's where the investment would happen. I think this was where we were looking at where council may prioritise funding to invest in those services, you might decide, as we talked about before, like, you know, the community at Outram
Mm.
wants it and it's a priority for council. However, what if another community that was not Outram stepped up, and you might say on the
Yes.
basis of submissions, but they had their own funding, then we would look at that as well.
I'm just making sure that we haven't left a gap with the NCTA funding.
I suppose notionally we have, maybe.
Oh, sorry, so that's NFP2, P2 would do it. Yeah, so that
Yeah.
would be covered in
Services
NFP2.
funded or future funding is actually being
Yeah.
sought.
Okay, thank you. No, I just want to make sure that we've.
So,
Yeah, I would say that any service, even if we don't have funding, if we were willing to do it, we would at least be seeking NCTA funding, even if we weren't achieving it.
Excuse me, Jack, I have the one with the network. I've just picked that up and popped it into the bottom there, but do you want to perhaps deal with it as part of these network ones? Because there are some changes to this.
Okay. So are we comfortable with 27, or have we covered your concerns, Councillor Wilson?
That is better. I think there's possibly, I'm sorry, I haven't had a real time to think about this. Just the only other part of that is you're doing Cromwell to Wanaka, right? Does that mean like it gets naturally brought in? Is that a separate question? Because it's very easy to do a business case, but as soon as you start putting stops in, you start compromising the service, and is that covered? And I don't know, and yeah, I just want to make sure that we don't set up expectations that there's something going past and they will definitely stop. We've heard about trains. Trains think you're going to stop everywhere, but you're going to be really quick service, and they don't work like that. And I think we just possibly need to make sure that that's covered off, that expectation. I don't know. I haven't had time to assimilate that on.
I would expect the bus service would stop at every, would be available to stop at every town on the way. The only question is if there's an alternative route to the town.
Yeah. Well, and that may well be from.
Network design stuff as well, isn't it?
I'm just double checking. Sorry, I'm sorry. And actually, good example would be similar, like Omicron, where you may well not use state highway, but you'd go through Bulburn potentially.
Okay.
potentially, we've got any plans for Omicron.
No, you don't have it. But sorry, if you're doing a central link,
Yeah.
you wouldn't necessarily go on the state highway. You'd go down the Ida Valley, and it's slightly quicker.
If you were to use.
Which then misses out on the car. Or
And
no,
how you
actually,
do
no,
it,
you wouldn't
so
go
you
over the
need
open bridge. You would go through the other side. Yeah.
Yep, that's the point where they come into conflict about we saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you look at all
So Councillor, what's that? I think we've probably got it covered in service design policy 1, our design principles. We talk about following design practices will guide our decision making, and one is direct service with travel times competitive with private car. Another is maximize access and travel options to town centres, integrating with land use. So that probably will cover that off.
So where am I?
Page 51.
Oh, okay, so that's that. No. Yeah.
Otherwise, I think we're good.
Okay,
I'm just testing it. Sorry.
okay, we hear a recommendation to remove an action with regards to cycle parking. This NZTA feedback.
Yes, I think it was. It just said that the two actions were duplicating each other.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no, I beg your pardon, sorry, that providing cycle parking really was in our piece, and that it was covered under A3,
Yeah,
as in working collaboratively with our partner agencies
Yeah.
to improve the.
particularly if the word provide cycle parking is really very operational action on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm comfortable changing the wording, but I don't know if I want to necessarily preclude ourselves from, if there was a situation where there was bus facilities and a TA wasn't willing to put in some cycle parking for whatever reason, that we couldn't just go and do it ourselves if that was going to have a disproportionate impact on, that multimodal access. Obviously, it is primarily the TA's role.
So
But you can still do it under A3.
yes, I guess if you want to keep this, you can make it a advocate for cycle parking. And then if we ever did want to fund it, that could still be covered under A3.
Okay, so as long as stuff for that doesn't necessarily completely exclude us from.
But that is the alternative to deleting A4, because we could just change the word provide to advocate for. Which would present our position as a PTA.
Yeah.
Advocating for cycle access in and around our network.
Yeah, I think that's like a separate thing, but I think that's a worthwhile thing as well. And it's sort of covered in A3, but it doesn't explicitly say that would be advocating for that. And
Yeah, and A3 is very broad when we talk about improving the connections. Like there's so many things that what you can do to improve a walking cycling connection.
Yeah. So I'd be very comfortable with changing that to advocate for A4.
And I think that was more holistic, that action.
Yeah.
I'm happy either way.
I think this was one where the train people wanted to be in here somewhere.
I think
It doesn't preclude trains because we're talking about the connectivity to our public transport network. And if public transport if the mode is then trains.
But we don't talk about that, and we talk about every other one.
Because this is also about you park and ride too, and connecting with private vehicles.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I've just noticed on my phone that that's where they were. They thought somewhere in there they should be.
rather than just advocate. Because, for instance, especially with e-bikes and things like that, there's these locky docks type things. Like, why wouldn't we? I mean, why would we? If it was useful to have them at the hub or other places like that, then why wouldn't we? Like, this work with partner agencies, but why don't we advocate and seek opportunities for the provision of cycle parking?
Advocate for and identify opportunity.
Yeah, or just because
Provision is quite good because that could be provide or I like that.
Yeah, and also I mean, look at the cycle parking at Amsterdam train station. That's on several levels. You wouldn't wait for somebody to provide that if we could get that kind of shift here.
And part of it's just like strategic active transport stuff. Part of it's also just the provision of the bus shelters. Some bus shelters can have,
Yeah, I was going to say, because we already
In
provide
Queenstown, there's already a lot of
technically, I guess QLDC does, but we work with them and to provide cycle parking at the bus.
Because often that space is compromised for anything else anyway.
Yeah.
It's nicely, you can use it for bike parking.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So I've just rephrased I'll just suggest the rephrasing: advocate and identify opportunities for
Provision of cycle parking.
provision.
If you want to make trains people happy, you do multimodal access, improve the connectivity of public transport network, bracket, bus, train, or plane with active networks. And this is MMP1.
Oh, right. I see.
Bus, train, plane.
Or cableway.
Well,
Plane is not covered under the land transport.
but it's at airports you have those bus. Look, most Invercargill Airport is absolutely set up for buses, for bikes to get there and to transfer bus because they have the sounds into Aotearoa. I think Dunedin is really keen to be part of that on the.
But I think that's slightly different than providing cycles to support PT. We wouldn't, for instance, get funding because it's not a land transport management function for cycling. for planes, it
But
would be an
people-
airport.
People coming down, if the Southerner got here, if say the Southerner, which has been here this weekend in full, were to come all the way down from Christchurch, you'd expect that there was a way for them to carry bikes, and you would expect there'd be both an active mode thing with trains. I don't know why it would be different with planes. You could say cruise ships as well, but they'd probably go too far.
Yeah, there's, I'm just thinking about some of the areas where, for example, Rikers Park made quite a lot of requests to be very specific about modes across different policies, and then
Okay.
and the response fell back on, hey, we've got this policy to focus on modes, and we've tried not to keep
Okay.
repeating modes across other policies.
Yeah, I think those
Except
first two,
with these operational things like, hey, this is buses, we are
Yeah, yeah.
buses in this case.
the first two bullet points talk about public transport services and facilities and public transport interchanges and other key locations. I think that's broad enough to
Yeah.
cover trains if that came up, right?
Yeah.
But just jumping back to the MMA4, I'm very comfortable with the wording that we've changed at the front. I was just going to check with staff about evidence, and I just don't want us to like be hamstrung by that wording if it were to come up and we didn't have like a study on how many bikes were going to there, but we knew that realistically, like that's going to be a real good location to put some bike racks. Would it? Do you think there's a risk that specifying evidence there, or and if so, should we change it to just strategic locations to support greater access? But if you think the evidence is broad enough for us to just be like anecdotal evidence is enough, then it's fine leaving it as it is.
I think that's a reasonable question.
I think it's a good question.
Yeah, because there's evidence and there's best practice, and sometimes the best practice is as we know this is right, we don't need to cut.
Yeah, it doesn't have evidence for that specific location,
Yeah.
but we know that that would be a good location based on our modelling.
I'd be comfortable removing it.
Yep, I've done that.
And we always say in transport, build
And the
it
strategic
and they will
piece.
come.
Yeah.
Yes, and the
that's true.
strategic piece gives you that license to be
Yeah,
able to.
exactly. It's still
Here's
not going to
the
be
bronze
putting them
funded.
willy-nilly, but like,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, I think that's
Very
great.
strategic.
A good improvement, thank you.
I think the government says it too.
We have a request for looks like NCTA to be a bit more specific about road preferences.
No, this wasn't NZTA, this
Oh,
was
so
another
that-
submitted, yeah.
And the chance to be the short journeys. Yes, for this
For
is-
those that are able, so this is a more disability,
Yeah.
I think we just had
Yeah.
for short distances, but just clarifying that for those that are able.
That makes sense.
just a little structural improvement here, just adding a heading
Oh,
to explain
yes,
some things better.
so with this one here, we got a couple of submissions actually around that. We hadn't highlighted the benefits of public transport enough. And on page 80, we talk about in the last sentence there, how people value access, transport choice, economic and health and environmental benefits. So we kind of talk about the benefits in there, but it's very, I guess, buried in the text. I wondered if we actually just put a heading in there between between the third and the second paragraph, second to the end paragraph there that said benefits. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, after bullet points, put the benefits in there.
Yeah.
We must, however, not lose sight of the community and societal benefits. So actually just drawing people's attention as they're reading it that these are the benefits related to public transport.
Yeah, I just worry that if it just says benefits, it might seem like we're saying these are the benefits of value for money. If that makes sense.
Benefits of PT.
We do talk about the societal benefit of transport, you mean within the value for, just within the value for money rather than the wider benefits.
Yeah,
good
yeah.
point, yeah.
So even if it just said maybe wider benefits, I don't know.
Why the benefits
or-
has a discrete meaning.
Because
Yeah, it
yeah,
does.
true. And we yeah,
That
because
may,
I think
yeah,
this section does cover the benefits
Yeah.
in response to those submissions.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right that maybe we could highlight that a bit more, but I'm just not sure that just the heading that says
Yeah,
benefits.
I think heading notes I'm
Might
just
be
looking at might be
might
confusing.
recover, yeah.
Might be
okay.
more confusing than
That's
it
fair.
is.
Well, I mean, if if you as the panel are comfortable that we've covered the benefits of, I feel that we talk about the benefits, but perhaps we haven't actually drawn it out to the reader's attention that this is, the benefits per se.
I think I'd be comfortable adding benefits, but maybe just say benefits of PT rather than just benefits. If that
Sure.
makes sense.
Or value of PT,
Yeah.
because it's value for money.
Oh, no, you've got to be careful then. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
because this is within the heading of value for money. It's whether we had a subheading.
Non-financial benefits of
Yeah,
PT,
that's-
non-financial value of PT. I don't know.
I think all that is relatively non-financial.
Yeah.
In reflection, I'd perhaps prefer to leave it as it is.
This is just a GPS 3-year issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a real push to change anything for the settlement. Yeah.
So next one, very technical, is just clearer labelling on some of our charts.
Yeah.
NZTA, I think we wanted us to have more of a separation between Crown funding and NLTP funding. We felt this was more confusing, though. So we have had some unsureness about it from Councillor Wilson, who also expressed the desire for clearer explanations of our funding. So there's kind of two sides of that. Our viewers would prefer to keep it simple, rather than explain a lot in this particular section.
No, but this is actually related to the grant here,
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great.
Jack. So NZTA asked us to change that label from grants to NLTF/Crown funding, whereas we've just lumped them together as one.
Yeah, I think it's actually,
Are they actually asking us to
No, they-
split that? Or
No,
No,
are
they asked
just-
us to change the label from grants
Yeah, right.
to
right.
NLTF/ no, not split it, just
Okay,
use
just change
that
the name.
terminology.
In that
Yeah.
case, in that case, there's no contradiction. We're doing what they
Yeah.
asked.
I think
It's a semantic to me.
There's pressure.
it's NLTF/Crown is, I mean, it depends who this graph is for, but that seems too technical for me, for someone actually trying to look and understand where the money's coming from.
well, unfortunately, this graph that we've currently got is consistent with the way we do this reporting on annual plan.
Yeah.
But it should be actually quite clear who the funding is coming from.
So, can we just say central government?
Government grants
Central government will be,
maybe
Government,
meet
yeah.
what NZTA is wanting, but still be clear to the
Yep.
community.
the
Central government.
the reason I think you've tagged this is because it's my comment about the super gold and the
Yeah.
super gold is the Crown funding, whereas everything else is in the National Land Transport Fund.
Yeah.
And so I think central government is probably all you need to do here.
Yeah, correct.
And it's-
Agree.
So this is actually a request to add off-peak use incentives to our fare structure as a possible structure. We have a staff recommendation here to do so. There is a substantive fare structure if you want to think about it.
Not necessarily to implement, but to have it as a potential element
Yeah.
within the fare structure.
I think it's sensible.
Yeah, I think that's sensible. It's something I've raised in the past. I don't, is it something, if you were looking for something else to list in that consideration earlier when we're talking about ahead of Motu move, that could be something to list there. When we're talking about the general fare structure, this is probably another thing we want to consider.
Okay.
Yep. Do we need to reflect that up
I
in the top piece as well? Perhaps?
Let's just carry it through here.
Up to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely supported.
Maybe change by change, but that's okay. Link regional service bike trail hubs, and I don't have an explicit recommendation here. Just a question mark on this. Right, so Councillor Wilson's out. Apologies on this part. We didn't. A question was put in to investigate this, and it doesn't look like we've fully looked into this one.
To where order from the.
I think Rail 12 did put in the section. I hadn't really read about it because I had removed myself so efficiently and effectively that they hadn't sent it to me.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I only saw it afterwards. Just
I would ask, looking at this, if this is a matter for a future.
The other piece that I would just caution around this is that our regional public transport plan deals with public transport for the use of commuting and to align with the NLTP. When we start to get into the bike trails and linking with regional service, it starts to bring in more that recreational element, which is outside this program as such. I think it would be more likely to sit within our active and public transport connectivity strategy as we move down that line, which is a piece of work that's still to be done and signalled in this document. But to me, that's kind of where it's probably a line better, is my opinion.
Yes, I think if we put in too much detail like this, then our maps are going to get very complicated because probably about 50 other requests you could also add to your maps. Would be my reflection. Are we comfortable with this?
Yeah, I think what Robin's alluded to, I think, yeah, it's probably just, we're just jumping the gun a little bit early. We've got that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
worked out.
Yep. Jumping back to 5.3 with all that multimodal access stuff, it seems like a few of those points cover, or don't explicitly say that, but sort of cover the principles there, and certainly this could be enabled by some of those things. But yeah, we probably want to wait till the strategy comes out to make any actions based on that.
Again, this was one that we popped in. Sorry. Before it got developed a bit further, but there was just some suggestion whether improve language or policies around congestion pricing or time of use charging, which we have no detail of. At the current point in time, we have it covered within the travel demand management tools under F3A2. I guess really page collaboration with institutions, page
83.
No, be earlier than that.
One page further.
No, sorry, if what?
FSA2.
No, that's
Oh, yeah, sorry,
83.
yes, correct. Page 83. Collaborate with our partner agencies to coordinate and align parking strategies and other travel demand management tools. Congestion charging and time of use charging is a travel demand management tool. So I guess the question for me for the panel is, do you feel that adequately captures congestion pricing, or do we need other language or policies that specifically speak to using congestion pricing, charging, which we don't have the details of yet?
Yeah, we don't have it, and we don't have an idea whether that's a parking one or just an entering the zone. The problem is that if you deal with it in Queenstown but don't deal with it on the Cromwell to Queenstown Road, you've actually got you've created the problem late. You're not addressing it at the early point. And I think that this is part of where we have to start advocating for where the levers are that we can. There are levers potentially with congestion if it starts in Cromwell that we can pull, and then you've got a service. If you're going to do it in Queenstown, it's too late. And so that's where I'm not quite sure how we use it. I don't know how quite the answer, but I think congestion charges could be useful tool if we get it. There has been advocacy about where that congestion tool can be used and when. And when it's going across boundaries of TAs, then we should be having an advocacy role. I don't know what the fix is. I just see that. So I don't think it fits into that.
So could it be a matter of as well as collaborating with partner agencies, but also advocating for needs? Don't
we do that already through our existing forums though?
Probably.
Yeah.
I guess I want to avoid duplicating what we already have, and also given the infancy of the legislation, and there's just so much we don't know, and I still feel it is a demand management tool. We're saying we'll work with our partner agencies to manage those. I guess in this section it's about the funding actions, whether there's more around, the demand side of it, yeah, I don't know, again,
Well, you couldn't just put congestion after coordinate in a line, congestion, charging, parking strategies and other travel demand management tools. All in different order.
we could call it out, yeah. I would go with time of use charging because that's what the legislation is, the terminology being used.
So I was just there.
Are we putting in?
So it would read, collaborate with our partner
Yeah,
agencies to
yeah,
coordinate and align parking strategies, time of use charging and other demand management tools.
Yeah. That's that. Yeah, you're right. But I think if we call it out and we know that that's a lever, I think it's quite good to know the levers we can pull.
Okay, just help me with entering that phrase.
Yeah, sure.
So this
And
is
align
just-
parking strategies, comma,
uh,
time of use charging.
And that's it. Yeah, that's the rest of the
Yeah,
sentence.
and
It's the
then-
same.
Yep, that's fine.
So the next one, I have just added 3 on from our conversations today. So the next one was the need for bike racks to take more than 3 bikes.
Sorry, I'm going to call out, I'm sorry, can we go back to FSA2? Can you put mode choice outcomes rather than shift? We're not pushing, we're giving people the ability to change. I think
But we do want more public transport use.
we do, but it's
We want
actually about providing that choice. They can choose to pay. Yeah. I don't want to be social engineer pushing too much. We can provide the
But that's what this does. This doesn't provide more choice. This shifts people.
This is a shift mechanism.
It's not a new option, it's not an additional.
time of use.
There's a shift mechanism.
Yeah.
It's a incentive to get people out of cars.
This,
But
Sorry, to get people onto.
yes,
transport now.
but our role in public transport would be, say from the gorge, providing a bus that isn't there now, that gives them that choice that they don't have
That's
now.
not.
But that's not what this policy
Yes.
is
Saying.
doing.
Right, I think it's good.
This policy is saying irrespective of that bus being there, we should coordinate to shift people out of their car.
And that might mean that we'll discuss other services or,
Yeah.
that might mean uplift in public transport, but
Services to new
services
areas.
for new areas, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
given the there's about carbon reduction and
Okay.
it's not just availability.
It's also about meeting motive targets that have been set through different strategies and plans.
Okay,
Okay, we have the previous request about larger bike racks.
Can
We
we just go back and focus? Yeah, I'd be more comfortable with it.
I'll change it back to mode shift.
Mode shift, yeah.
I'll change it. I had the third word.
Good spelling.
I think overall, yeah, that's definitely what we want to be doing in our other policies. But this policy in particular is very explicitly shifting people out of cars.
So cycle capacity, is this an action to investigate additional cycle capacity on buses?
well, I think there were some submissions about making sure that bikes are, and putting them back on is one thing, but make sure there's enough capacity on those. And there's some school routes that we talked about and there's some other routes where they're causing issues. And I don't know what the trigger is, and I'm just asking, could there be a trigger where we look at providing more the problem is leaving people behind. It's just terrible. And Coronet, for example, really clear that there's going to be a lot of demand for that sort of area.
So
Just trying to look what policies and stuff we've got at the moment. Universal availability and safety of external bike racks is in our vehicle standards.
policy, so there could be an action to investigate. I think we should be writing a new action here.
Is that something that would come out of the connectivity strategy, do we think, or will
I
that?
think this is
Should we add
I think this is bus
action
fleet
here?
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
So I think it is.
So I think we're fine with that policy, but it's an action within the vehicle quality standards.
Okay, I just want to, there were some submissions about.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that we had finished the dots, because I wasn't sure, I think we only do 2 or 3 and.
Yeah.
It's hardly anything.
It's very. I don't think it's common to more than 3. You said there might be some places that do have.
I looked at pictures of 5, and there were a whole lot with 5 on the back, just straight up.
On that.
Yeah, there was also one submitter in Queenstown who about bike racks on both the front and
Yeah.
the back.
Might be concerned with speed chips.
Well, and length of the bus back.
But this will actually become something that's important when you start doing interregional as well.
Is there a case for adding an action? And if so, we'd have to phrase it.
I don't know, so if you start leaving people behind because they can't take the buses, what would that trigger?
What can
It's just something we need to be a little bit careful, because it may be better to leave the bikes behind and still take the people. So if you can bike to the bus and then take the bus to where you need to get to,
And that's
that's one trip. But if you're needing the bus to take the bike, to take the bus to take the bike, that's catering for a trip that might come at the cost of other trips, especially when in Queenstown, when along 6A, we know we're going to have buses every few minutes. If we're loading 4 or 5 bikes, we're going to struggle to move all the people through.
If it's covered, I'm just, maybe covered in the.
Yes, right, I'm just
it's covered.
reflecting, I think it might be covered. Because we talk about our standards are universal availability and safety of external bike racks. So if the demand is for 6, so the demand is to carry 6 bikes at a time, we need to look within our operational piece, how we can provide a universal availability to service the demand for bikes on buses.
Again, I just wasn't sure what would trigger it now.
I guess the only
And you'll
question.
coordinate with our provisional.
Or coordinate with
Yeah.
the provision.
So yes,
Correct.
so as this is in a policy, the policy would support a response to requests. It wouldn't necessarily be an action for us to take to investigate it. Just to clarify between policy and action.
Yeah, I guess the only question there is for me is do we track when the bike racks get used, or when, or will we just rely on people coming to us and saying there were too many?
We have a flag in the red starter for when a bike presses a button.
Okay,
So there are bikes being counted. There's probably no count when they come off, so I think that usually it'd be a rough idea.
we get an indication if there wasn't that availability, presumably.
And we have 2 items left, and then if there's anything else we can pick. Fare capping. We presented some information about some cost estimates of what it would cost to implement a fare cap. The characteristic fare cap is the one you've got in Christchurch, which is 2 per day and 10 per week. That's quite common in Australasia. In other places in the world, you might be more likely to see a monthly fare cap as well. The thing with these fare caps is they're typically self-executing. You don't have to buy a ticket ahead of time. It's not an extra commitment. It's just a bonus. The self-executes, which is very consistent with the motion move philosophy and the improved technology of the motion move. It's also completely implementable under the B card as well.
It incentivise you to use them more often.
Yes. So as discussed, there's probably about a 5 for the 2 policies together. There's probably about an 8% reduction on your revenue. So that's still quite substantial. It might be 7 or 8%. There could be quite a substantial growth in patronage. That 8% might be a 20-cent impact on your base fare to achieve the same impact. Just to get an idea of the scale of costs we're looking at. So we'd be interested to hear the panel's reflections on and how much direction they want to give on this matter.
I think I will disappoint you if I start, but I'm going to suggest that I think it's a really important thing to trial, but not at the same time as we're doing the other things, because then we will not see. So if we get a drop off, we're doing the fare increase and we're charging 5 to 12-year-olds $1.50. Those changes are quite substantial, and tracking those changes by themselves, I think, is important. I would really much like to be looking at the effects of those and then contemplating what the best fare capping may be after that in order to fill up capacity. I don't know, I mean, that's really clunky, but it's really hard. If we do them both at once, we actually won't know what we've done.
Yeah, I think the trouble there is
I know,
that,
there's troubles.
yeah, we kind of don't know what the factors are regardless. There's so many confounding factors. And then also, you know, introducing multiple changes, you have people that might turn off. And if we're using passengers as guinea pigs as to, does this turn people away? Should we introduce fare capping? We might not get them back,
Yeah.
but we might have prevented losing them if we implement it at the same time. But my only point here was just around, I think I'm quite interested in Auckland's monthly ones, and I'm curious if that sort of what implications those have. But in terms of an action there, we already decided earlier today to look at fare capping when the fare structure stuff comes up. I'm comfortable with that as our action with regards to fare capping.
Okay, so that's captured for you.
Yeah.
So
Which would mean that we would, you know, potentially, they will be quite close together.
well, ideally, you introduce the capping
Yeah.
alongside your zone changes
Yeah.
and your introduction of multi moves, that everything's just at the same time, which, you know, raises the issues that you've put about being able to tell the impacts of them. But I think it's worthwhile for me, at least, in terms of keeping things.
If we introduced all those things at once, we'd have less ability to understand which mechanisms are having which effect.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a downside
Yeah.
to that, and I definitely acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But I think, as we sort of outlined, it can be hard to evaluate the effect
100%.
of some of these things, regardless
Yeah,
when you've got other economic
Yeah.
factors
I think
going on.
I think the challenge in the other direction is that fare changes will take time to take effect. Passenger behaviours don't change quickly immediately, so
Yeah,
we could still be feeling the effects of fare changes from 2020
yeah,
and our patronage growth now.
Yeah.
So that makes the question of, you know, taking a very neutral one intervention study data approach might be a bit beyond reach anyway. But I do see the point as well. Sure.
I mean, yeah, and I think, yeah, look, we're excited to look at when that stuff comes up, but just really cognizant of the point that it's easier to retain passengers or customers than it is to regain them once we've lost them and they've decided, actually, stuff it, I'm going to go buy a car.
If fare capping, if Moto Move were to be deferred for a year, for example, I would really want us to do capping if there'd been a huge reduction sooner. So
Sure.
that has to be nuanced. Yeah.
But yeah.
I guess by doing the first increase, our base fare increase and the introduction of children's care, we'll have some data to understand what level of drop off there was, how sensitive our environment is to price or not. So at least we can go into the fare zoning and potential fare capping, those conversations with a little bit of information. Albeit, as Jack says, it does take a while, but we would have some early data anyway to potentially consider. And generally, you have a pretty sudden drop off and then it slowly regain. That would be the trajectory you'd expect.
Is there any potential recommendation here, but I'm not super pushing it, is just when we do go out with because we know now, well, I guess depending on council decision, but that those base fare and child fare changes that are happening this year, presumably, when we go out and do comms about that, somehow signalling that these other changes are potentially on the horizon next year.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I think there has to be one about possibly funding for advertising and promotion at some stage. We've certainly been challenged on that. That's a annual plan submission, really more than here, but came loud and clear in the, sorry, what came loud and clear in the submissions is that we need to do some more advocacy, advertising and promotion.
And we've got that built in here.
Yeah, but is, what, how does that lead through to the annual plan? Have you got funding in this annual plan for that?
So, branding about active promotion trial. Yeah, continuously develop. No, well, our action is to continuously develop and promote strategic marketing campaigns to raise awareness, reduce barriers to access, improve safety, and increase patronage of all bus services. Specifically, have we got a budget? I'm not sure.
Well, so that's a good question. We haven't increased the budget based on, if we did think about it, but it was based on when we set the LTP, we were still coming out of driver shortages and all of the communications that we had to do around
On time.
yeah, reliability, and then several changes around the changes to fares. And I think we were anticipating that that was just a period of time, and then we would go into this BAU, and because of the amount we were spending, we would have enough money. And I think now possibly that's a good question. I probably have to look a little bit more closely at it.
I think given that this will lead to other changes, we need to make sure that we're both cognizant of, I mean, we've got the first one is the fares going up, then you've got the zonal and capping, fare capping potentially, and motor move, and then on top of that, we've actually got to articulate. I mean, there's a lot of people saying get more people on here, and when that capacity is, this is driving private share as well, and there must be ways of doing that. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't anticipate, even when the GPS came out, that the shift to private share would happen so quickly, so that the fare increases would probably come so quickly. But we are progressing a piece of work around a proactive and a promotion. So we had for publicity for PT, and so that has been built into the budget. And then the motor move, those costs are EZTA funded. So I mean, yeah, I'd have to have a look, but I think we have some amount of funding available, but whether we want to, look to increase that.
And the other question is, there must be some stuff that we can do collaboratively with all of the councils on this generically about why the transport, filling buses and all those things, but why buses sometimes look empty and stuff. We should be able to do that collaboratively. I'm not quite sure that we do that quite as well as we might.
Good point.
Yeah, DCC seemed keen to help us out with that, but I'm kind of getting into the weeds. But presumably there's also the bus safety campaign that we've been spending money on that will at some point not be spending as much money on. So there'll be money there, but I guess that's up to you guys to figure out if you need any more money. So just ask us.
Thanks. Well, it'll be good to know the next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Can I just have one point of clarification? Councillor, we talked about the incentive for off-peak travel, and we added that as a point in our fare structure bullet points. I think you made a mention, did you want to loop that back into the recommendation of the noting where we had under our fare structure, you've said the panel notes and implementation of fare structure changes including zones, capital and use of cash are to occur in line with transition to modern move. Did you, when you said that, did you mean to loop that back into there as well, or have I
guess
that?
Because that kind of comes under fare structure, right? Off-peak stuff, and I know we're just listing examples, so we don't have to list everything.
Yeah, I just wanted to check if we need to go back and amend that recommendation. That was all.
In a formal sense, since we have a recommendation for a change in this table, which I guess comes after that, so you'd apply that decision and then this decision as well. So I think you would have to.
Can't see it's covered.
So I think we'd be making both changes. We could implement the earlier one just for clarity, if you thought that was appropriate.
I'll defer it to the panel. You, as long as you guys are comfortable, that's, I'm just, I want to make sure we don't miss it, that's all.
Can add it as one of the listed items for clarity's sake, but I'm not too bothered either
We're
way.
going to add a bullet point here for off-peak incentives. And then the question was. part of-
Good answer.
Isn't everything?
Are we being pedantic? And Elliot said probably.
Okay, that's cool. Shall we just leave it as is? Yes, okay.
So we,
Great.
so we have one more
If you can
point.
change it without anything from us, then go ahead.
Well, I don't want to change your recommendation, that's all. Yeah,
No, fair enough.
So we have one more point about service reviews.
so this is largely in response to the DCC submission, and Jack and I had some conversations around this. And Lorraine, sorry. Yeah, and we were just thought that we could probably incorporate what they were saying with a couple of amendments to our network policies and network function policies.
So a recommendation is a change of the action into a policy.
Yeah.
Um,
So the action.
It's not that page.
any
Periodic
period.
Oh, there's peer reviews.
As long as we
Considering
still keep having
Yeah.
network stuff, so.
Sorry,
keep
my
going.
number's wrong.
Oh, similar to, but not.
Oh, yes, similar to, that's right.
Whereas it will be- Yeah,
Not trying to be excellent. I don't think.
yeah, so
I'm
page
using my
page
own.
70.
So page 70. We currently have the action to periodically review the design and configuration of services, considering factors such as performance of services, etc. I feel that if we just modify the wording slightly, that would actually fit better as a policy, and those would then be our triggers for a policy review or a review.
Okay. Yeah, so instead of an A, it becomes a P.
Basically, and it will become P.
P7, just for ordering purposes.
do we need any actions there that sort of
Complement.
give effects to that, but reflect that now that we've taken away the action around reviewing, or does the policy, just having it in the policy cover it?
I think the actions then sit between A3 and A4, where we're working with our partner agencies to ensure the appropriate physical infrastructure produced. And so that kind of aligns nicely with their thinking. They want to understand, what improvements they need to make as we review bus routes in over areas or along a route. So I think between A3 and A4 it would actually be a nice improvement.
Yeah,
So,
I think that makes sense.
so we actually need to construct this wording though. So the first line should say,
So where does school buses come into this?
The design and configuration of services will be periodically reviewed, considering factors such as.
based on factors such as.
Yeah.
I'll also note in A4, we've got mode shift from open activities as a potential collaboration with those key stakeholders.
Oh, sorry, I need to
So discussion earlier.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Design and configuration of services
will be.
will be periodically reviewed.
What we're asking about the school buses, Ken?
Based on factors.
So this is going to become the new NFP7.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then so P7 and P8 come P8 and
8,
9.
yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
So
So if a school bus goes, the performance, so if I look at this on Peninsula, for example, and it's a good one to showcase. So the MOE pulls out, for example, that would be then affect the performance of services, and therefore you would review it.
Or even existing, we
Yeah.
talked about the Peninsula and
Right.
the submission that,
Yeah.
currently the performances of services aren't sufficient. So that would trigger a review of that.
Yeah.
Did her submission trigger a review?
But it gives us a chance to look at an area in detail and then work out what we need in line with what the CC or our.
So
I know, I don't know that it is saying what Wilson is saying. She's saying that these things will trigger what you're saying is the same will periodically. I mean, it doesn't, these aren't triggers, these are things that we consider when periodically we review things.
This was a discussion about policy. There's two sides. One is the trigger, and there's the factors that you consider when you do it. So they're probably the same thing, right? So we could say.
But then wouldn't it be a change in the legislative, regulatory, or funding environment? Not really.
So what I'm trying to work
Say
out.
the MOE, that's a change in regulatory environment.
Yeah, and it's also a future change in performance because if they
It's just design and configuration of services is not a small thing. Like we wouldn't necessarily, these wouldn't be triggers for a review of design and configuration of services.
So that's what we were just told. So that's why I'm challenging.
Yeah, well, at one level, I mean. So if you think about it, like the patronage shows us that this design and services of Dunedin are working well, but there's always going to be performance of some routes and some services at some time. The way that we address them wouldn't be a design and review of services specifically.
Okay.
Wouldn't trigger it.
We do at the point that it can be geographically constrained, so it can be a very small review, or a big review.
Or is that something that's more in 85? Okay, I'm just checking.
I mean, what was?
Sorry,
maybe I'm thinking more of. I know it's a while since I read the DCC submission, but
I'm not thinking of the DCC submission here. I'm thinking very much of that young girl and saying, what point? I mean, that was.
Yeah.
And I hope that we're going to take some action from it, but I don't. One of the problems is we actually don't get the data on. We get a lot of this route is doing well, but we don't get individual route time services and understand those. It'd be great to have a KPI that we can report on those, and then that triggers something. You know, if it happened once, fine. You know, another bus went out, or a whole lot of people were away for the weekend, and the parents were away and they couldn't take them, so they all tried to get on the bus. I get that, but actually, it's that reporting. In some ways, I wish we got reported at that level occasionally. The services that are not meeting our expectations, so we know what those actions should be. So we know that, and you report on what actions you take. But I don't see that. I don't think that that's small operational stuff. I think it's what our communities expect to be able to see, and they're quite surprised when we don't get to see it. But I don't know what the answer is in here either. I don't want to overcomplicate it, but I do think it's something that I'd like to see us doing reports on.
Okay.
And I did have one other stupid question that is, I'm going to blame you completely because it's just come up on my definitions page. Could an exempt service, could a school bus run, if the legislation changed, say the outcome bus, if it wasn't full, but it is, so, you know, or was it the Middlemarch bus, Middlemarch school bus, could it be licensed to be an exempt service and take adults on it? Is there anything precluding that in this the way? Because at the moment we see them as over there. We don't look at them being as a good way of testing and the only reason I'm asking this is they actually would become great community services. There'll be some services that would, I'm just checking that we're not stopping something good happening in a collaborative way in some of our rules.
The former Peninsula service that was cancelled up to along top of the hill, that was extended beyond the ministry route. So that does happen.
Yeah.
The former route up along the spine of the peninsula which was recently cancelled by the MOE. That was only contracted with MOE to go to the local schools, the closest schools. But I think Kings and Queens or something like that paid them to extend the service all the way to Kings High School.
But it's still only a school service.
So the extent, I believe the extension may have been a registered exempt service. I can't recall. So there's always possibility. The Ministry of Education I believe used to have more open rules in their contracts, but they were taken out a number of years ago to be a bit more restrictive and just focus on carrying school children. But that's not a certain thing. It could come down to individual contracts or the preferences of operators as to what they want to do with their buses rather than hard regulatory.
Yeah, so when we're looking at coordinated, collaborative working partnerships, it's not what's the community ones? Community ones. There could be some answers there with MOE. That's all. I hope we haven't.
Yeah.
I hope in plans we haven't actually taken them out as an option.
There's something that won't work around here. Because if we're reviewing the design and configuration of services, considering these factors, is it not the same to say design and configuration of services will be reviewed periodically? Isn't it the same thing? What do you say to them?
I'm not saying that, but I'm not saying
The trigger.
considering these things, these aren't triggers for them.
Yeah.
They're still considerations when we periodically review.
So if you get a whole lot of people on, if something isn't performing, you're not going to do a whole review, but you will look at that route or not, that particular service.
We do as a matter of course as BAU. I guess it's whether no 5 people missing the bus triggers a review because there's
5 people every day missing the bus, would surely.
that would potentially, again, it depends a little bit on the time of the year and things like that. If they're missing the bus or if the bus is full.
But they're missing the bus because the bus is full and they
Right.
just
Yeah, well then that we would review that particular service. Yeah.
and make the decision. How timely and do people just have to give up?
No, I mean, we wouldn't make a decision. All we could do is come back to you for, we wouldn't have funding to address it. I guess that's fundamentally the issue that we've got. So, yeah.
I guess am I saying that that's the fact that there isn't something reflected in policy around the process of you guys identifying an issue like that and coming to us to say, oh, there needs to be some funding to fix this.
Yeah.
Review this.
I also don't think we've quite got enough
Which is
policy to
very
signal
separate
a
to
trigger
this
for a
policy.
network review. Like, for example, DCC coming to us and asking us to do a network review. So what's our policy to say yes or no?
Yeah.
Well, that's why
And
I'm
that's why I
saying,
think if
that's why from reading their submission, I thought that's what they were asking.
As a policy.
But how do you define what's not working?
Yeah. And periodic, it just sounds like every few years or something. It doesn't sound like this happens, and that means we have to do a review. That's
Because they come to us.
And in
at
response to
changes.
DCC, I don't think it's necessarily that it's not working. It's just that they would like it to be reviewed in line with what their work programs are and making sure we're putting resources in a similar place. Yeah. So that we're optimizing.
But that sounds like actions we've got around collaboration elsewhere in the document and stuff. And then their concerns are just around essentially levels of service, which is not something that a review would.
Well, it should be in the future development strategy, actually.
Well,
We've just done that, and I don't know that they asked for it to be put on, oddly enough.
So what we're looking to do with this based on the discussion, I'm not sure what the recommendation
I'm not
is.
sure whether we're landed, whether do we feel like
I think we need to
action
control it. We need to control it.
I think it can be a policy, but are we clear that
When
We
staff
will
recommend.
periodically do it because
Yeah.
that's our business.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then we will consider all of these things.
The-
And at points in time, our own monitoring may lead us to say,
you need
this
to do
is
it
the
because of-
time now to do a review. But it's not necessarily any one of these as a trigger in and of itself, if you see what I mean. Like for someone could say, well,
yeah. If you reported on those things, if those were
in
your,
contractual cycles, we have to anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, because some of those are potential triggers and some contractual cycles is a more of a trigger. Adherence to net design principles is more just what you look at when you get there.
failure on performance, on the other hand, would be.
But it's not.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Are we comfortable?
Well, then some of, yeah.
Are we better to leave it as an action then? And it sits.
Yeah, if
I think these are like
Just-
separate issues, whether or not this is an action or a policy, and then what's being brought up around having triggers to look at issues in route performance or stuff. I think that feels like a separate thing.
I think part of the problem is we don't have performance reporting where I'm really happy. I don't want to see every bus number, but if I see something that's consistently not performing because it's over or under used consistently. I mean, there was a really good challenge that you've got a whole lot of buses that aren't full all the time. Now, could those resources be used better? I don't know. Because I've got no statistics on how well some of our services are.
No, but sorry, you do. You do. We've got really good patronage. And the thing about patronage growth, it's driven by basically service frequency, because that's the convenience. And to run frequent services, you're always going to have, you're going to be running buses that aren't full all the time. But to get people on our services in the morning and on the afternoon, and to get them using PT and making it a choice, you have to provide frequency. So we don't tend to go down to that route by route.
I appreciate you.
And that's what I think that some of these people were talking about. But you have to, that's why it's the network principles that I think we have got in there. And what makes PT comes back to what makes good PT. The thing is, we probably will move in that direction potentially if we don't keep meeting our private share, because then it'll be NZTA saying, pick and choose the ones that are not performing well, and that's when it starts to become very problematic, because you start taking out the 6:30 service up the coast, because that doesn't carry many, and the 3:30 does, but then you lose other passengers on the 10 o'clock one.
And so I'm saying this is a really good PER exercise, knowing this stuff. And I don't want to be defensive of it. And I think there's really good arguments for it, but I don't think we can't tell those people. There are people on those buses, you just don't see them. Yeah. And that's, the other part of that, and what we haven't discussed, and I'm not going to do that now because I've got to get home because I've got a 7:30 online, which is a regional council meeting, is nurses, and huge number of submissions about those early hours and late hours.
Late services and stuff.
Yeah, and the early hours to fit around them, and that would be a review. And again, and that's why I'm bringing it up now, but I don't know how we support those industries and trigger that without going an extra hour on the buses, which won't suit the staff and the whole contracts and those sort of stuff.
And but to be fair, the fares and frequency business case, and even that was a focus. The ones that ended up, earlier start, later finish, etc.
Yeah, so on those ones, we're very much able to say, yes, evidence-based support doing this, and it's in our target service hours, and all these things, just not funding. Let's get to a conclusion of what we're doing. We can switch it to a policy. I think, or we can keep it as an action. Some of the discussion we've had might point towards just leaving it as it was.
I think, yeah, I think for me, Kate said before, we need to keep control of the process, but also have the flexibility to be able to adapt depending on what we're trying to address.
So what are we doing here?
I'm comfortable switching it to policy if that's what staff thought from the start would make sense.
That's what we did. We thought.
If you think differently now, say so. though.
Possibly.
But no, I think they've used the word trigger, which is what's caused the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
I
If we
think
just
maybe the
forget
word
about
trigger's not the
triggering
right word, yeah.
reviews and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's
That's
probably
not
not
what
that
this is
substantial,
looking at.
whether it's policy or action, if that's the case. I think it comes to the same thing.
I guess why I like it in policy is it provides us a rationale and a guidance,
Yeah.
whereas an action is just to do something, whereas policy kind of sets out what we will or. I mean, we can still leave it in the policy if you want and word it the same way.
So
But I've got a
periodic review.
Yeah.
So I would suggest we just have this sign configuration says.
Which takes out the word trigger, which is fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay, great. Okay,
Perfect.
okay, so that's the end of our table.
Yep.
Oh, well done.
You've got a whole lot of minor ones underneath.
So the other table is just editorials that we've picked up through the process of reading and rereading and all of those things. Hopefully you've had a look through them and there's nothing there that's too scary. And that we can just get those approved as is.
Shall we first?
Oh, sorry, did you want to?
Should we move a motion on the table?
Good idea.
If that makes sense.
I'm happy to.
Yeah, second. Moved and seconded.
And
Roger Banks. It's a problem in the three.
Is it kind of recommendations as per column?
excellent.
Yeah.
The recommendations and what's its contitle?
Panel decision,
Okay.
far right hand column, panel decision.
Recommend. Okay, so
So move Kate, seconded Elliot. I'll put the motion on those, please say
Aye.
aye. Against carried.
You don't you want to read them all?
I see a couple of on the submissions of topic descriptions on the back, very quickly. Under regional services,
This is the back of your report.
Okay, yes.
yeah, just to add in Queenstown Lakes District after Upper Clutha, just.
Yep.
Cover that one. Yep. And then on the last page, where it's got Upper Clutha service, etc., request public transport, blah, 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 we should mention Kingston. Mind you, we should also have Upper Clutha.
That wouldn't be able to trigger
Queenstown
that.
Lakes.
We should have Queenstown Lakes, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yep,
So we need a new definition for Queenstown Lakes, including.
Kingston. Yep,
And Glenorchy?
and Glenorchy. Do we actually receive a submission on?
Yes,
I
you
didn't
did.
ask that question.
She did. She was from Glenorchy. Yeah.
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 Okay.
Oh, I thought it wasn't
You
a
asked
new
her a question
submission.
about it.
No, she mentioned she was from Glenorchy and wanted a service, but I can't say that it was absolutely in the submission. Hers was the resilience group, climate resilience action group. I don't know if she actually had it in there.
Yeah, right, yeah.
It came out in the resolution, in the submission as an
It's kind of
example.
implied, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
She answered your question. Yeah, that's right. So include Glenorchy.
is Glenorchy there?
Yeah.
There's
So I
no-
haven't spelled it right.
There's no
so
H there.
Thank you.
You
Cool.
know, that's fair enough. You'll need a full definition of Queenstown Lakes.
Can we, have you got that handy?
No.
Are you okay if we do find out what the correct definition of Queenstown Lakes is and include Kingston and Glenorchy? I'll just expand that. Just need to check exactly what that means.
Sorry, that doesn't have Cromwell in that definition. Upper Clutha, does that include Cromwell or not? Where does Cromwell come in?
You
Is
took the
that in-
regional services one. It's under Central Otago.
It is
No, Central Otago,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Yeah, I think Upcliff was not, that'll be
Okay.
just the Wanaka. and
Yeah,
surrounds.
that's fine, that's cool. It should probably have public, yeah, it's hardware and.
And so then there was just a panel general recommendation to formulate what we're going to do at the end. And I noted to include, for route planning, to include the consideration of super gold hours and including small bus explainers in future marketing promotion strategy. And then something around the work programs as well, potentially, as well as the review of the total mobility fare subsidy cap. by the end
Oh,
of the
yeah, $40.
process.
I was going to
Yeah.
suggest 40. I don't know, but the financial ramifications of doing that though. Yeah,
But I guess it just, how do you want to formulate that general recommendation
The
to
general
include
one
those
is-
points?
Right, but the general one was more delivering on this plan.
Okay,
Was something a lot, I just jotted there. The panel strongly recommend the aspirations identified in the RPTP are implemented. I'm sure there's a couple other words after that.
Actions as well as
And
aspirations.
and sorry, can you just, I've got
Panel strongly
community
recommend
aspirations in the RPTP are
Funded and implemented.
funded and implemented.
thank you.
and so the question then, yeah, so as far as total mobility, I mean, how often do you review that? They are the most marginalised. Because if we put it up to, say, 40, what does that do to the total mobility budget, the
What do you mean put it up?
The
maximum,
the fare cap. That would have
so the other way around, isn't
mo-
it? It goes the other way.
what we'll find is that most ships don't go up the fare cap, so the impact's not necessarily proportionate to the change, but it will obviously increase financial pressure.
Yeah, sorry.
Yep, right.
So the 40. No, the $40, is that the cap on us or the cap on them?
So the fare cap is based on a $50 full taxi fare. So 3/4 of that's $37.50. So a typical recommendation for an increase will be from 50 to 60. 60 will obviously be $45 subsidy cap.
That's why I asked, what do you mean put it up? Do you actually mean?
Well, if we don't
Increase the subsidy as well.
if we don't increase this with cost of living or whatever, and to be fair, petrol's gone down, but we're not helping the people with total mobility if we don't occasionally review that. But it will have financial ramifications, I get that.
And that's going to be challenging in the current environment.
Or do we note that we will review the 75% subsidy, right? Or concession, sorry, on total mobility,
Or who, and we can't distinguish who gets it.
we'll review it for the next 12 months.
I don't think we can, that's an action step.
Well, because
Well,
they're already
we
reviewing
can-
total
and the
mobility
council's
scheme
forcing this, yeah.
nationally.
Or if your council.
So we just know.
But at the moment, we can't individually set our own
We
We can't individually set our own.
subsidy.
look at it
We can set our.
once that review's done. We will,
But we,
I don't know, have to
And we can't,
that would have to bring it
see what
down
the
to
results of that
around
review are.
$5 to.
Yeah.
I guess, reduce the amount of,
which will be really hard on some people.
it will be really hard on some people. However, there's evidence that there's a lot of use. So use has grown a lot. And maybe you compare it to where the amount of use that there was before the increase in subsidy went, and if that was an acceptable level of use, then that might be a way of looking at it as well.
But the problem is, what we really want to make sure is that people like Fiona get it.
Yeah.
And those that can get on the bus don't, but we can't get that.
Well,
Elliot just suggested that MOT are doing the review.
Mm.
Once the review is completed by MOT, that we
Yeah,
review.
Yep.
uh,
Yeah,
That would be a cleaner one.
Yeah.
Yes.
we'll definitely be bringing total mobility back to the council. for
we have
next
to, we
year.
can't afford it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it's just noting that that review is ongoing and that we will be looking at what the implications of that are and our.
We may have to
stuff.
do it sooner because our finances are briefed.
But I just want to be clear, I don't think we can say in a public forum that there are people who are using total mobility who could use the bus. It's just that at times people can't use the bus, and at those times they're eligible to use the total mobility.
No, sorry, I didn't mean it so, but then there are some people who will be bereft if we run out of money and, he can't use anything else ever.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I know.
we're committed to funding it until a further decisions made.
Is it unlimited money in the budget? I don't think it is. We've taken forward next year's,
No.
this year. We haven't resolved this issue yet.
No, it'll be
Unfunded.
It's a stopgap
Funded.
measure.
so,
Yes.
yeah.
Well, are we not dealing with that next week? Next year's budget? Surely we are.
As part of annual plan?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Maybe something to bring up.
To be honest, I'm not 100% sure because I'm not sure what the scope of the hearings is. Whether we just, for the annual plan, whether we just hear the submissions or whether council is considering some other papers.
Yeah.
And at the moment, I have been part of preparing another paper in relation to total mobility.
You haven't been. Oh, I thought we were doing it.
I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Sorry.
It's just kind of-
Good question.
So at the moment, we've got the panel notes, the ongoing review of the total mobility scheme, and that the outcomes of this review will influence or will.
That outcome will be a better time to determine ongoing funding. However, deficits may drive a decision sooner.
Okay, makes sense.
I just don't want to scare people.
I don't want to scare people.
Deficits may.
I don't want to scare people that we've got an unlimited budget as well.
May
No,
force this-
yeah, no.
Depends who you're
force this
going to
decision be taken ahead of
Yeah.
the review.
I don't know.
Do you want to add to that though that
We force that force a decision, force this decision.
that because you really want to ensure that that the council can meet the the needs of
Yeah.
the most needy, meet the prepare it.
I think you need to say MOT review as well.
But it should be like while you may force a decision.
Yeah.
We're committed to funding.
At this time that you need some kind of ability to recognise that it's a or to focus the ability to keep funding the greatest need these bunch of they've got a high need anyway. I don't know how you say that, the greatest need.
To enjoy when we want to ensure certainty for those in the greatest need.
Yeah.
It's ensure
Yeah.
certainty.
Yeah.
So the panel's certainty
Yeah.
for total mobility.
Yeah.
Total mobility is-
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I know it's not nice to pick between needs, is it? But
If we are cool with that one, I was just gonna suggest we add the actions and aspirations in the RPTP because we do have like specific, the specific actions as well as the
Great.
aspirations that we've got.
Cool, thank you. So was there any more you wanted to, just as final 2 points, have we covered those off adequately elsewhere? Or is it something that needed to be noted?
Well, I was going to put it in somewhere that, I think somewhere in the route design should be the implications for concessions of all sorts, actually. it doesn't have to just be super gold, it should be concession use.
The route planning will include consideration of,
You don't have
The
the.
concessions
Service
policy.
design here.
That feels
So
covered,
really it's
you know.
It may be covered already.
route planning
Yeah.
and,
Can't have them.
well, also, the peer reviews to consider, outside of the decisions that you've already made, that concessions, including super gold, the impacts of changes on concessions and,
Super gold, yeah.
yeah.
It may be in there already. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I just wanted to.
I'm not.
No, but I
don't think
think
it's
this is more around
specific.
your panel is giving back all the recommendations to the committee or to council, but it's capturing your,
Other thoughts. Yeah.
well, what the people at the hearings and the submissions, that while they may not have resulted in changes, they brought forward sentiments that you want to capture.
Well, the others may not agree with my issue, probably anyway.
No.
Mhm.
It's valid, I'm just,
Do we need it?
Yes.
My question.
yeah, I think it feels covered in. Well,
Because it's obviously broader than.
because that sort of, like, that feels like an equity, kind of an equity concern when we're
Okay.
talking about
Maybe if you think it's already covered, I just, yeah.
route planning.
Well, we do have our equity policy.
Yes, you do.
Decision making, equity with forefront of public transport decision making.
Because when we do route planning, you know, we'd be thinking about what
Yep.
time school gets out and stuff
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
We'd be thinking about,
Well, we didn't think about it enough because that's why that's happened. Yeah, but that's okay. Just, yeah, take it out. It's good. It's going to confuse people more than it's going to help probably. Kylie,
And so
and then you're on here tomorrow as well, do you? Not early start.
So the final one is just
Yeah.
supports the inclusion of smaller bus explainer and future marketing
And
and
funding.
promotion campaign.
But that's sort of covered in the previous.
And
yeah,
this one-
that's covered in the general market. Oh,
small.
The free fares, that's
So-
everything about the free fares.
So-
explainer as
You want
well.
smaller bus, empty bus.
Well, empty buses.
Well, that's what people say. I saw an empty bus. There was nobody
Yeah,
on
well,
it.
because we already have the small
No,
bus
it's like,
lane
oh, I hope the driver was in.
and the
This
recommendations.
is a whole.
is this just saying,
That's right.
because that smaller bus explainer is really good, is this
Yep.
just saying, we'll chuck that on the Facebooks and
Mhm.
stuff as well? 'Cause
The other part of that is
that
that
makes sense.
on the
Okay.
routes. On the
Or we can leave it
duration
off
route,
if you
there's-
think it's kind of a little bit next level operational, but I just,
I think it's something that pops up so regularly. It's not just through this process, it pops up, you know, you get confronted with that
Yep.
everywhere. I'm not really exaggerating, but it does pop
Yep.
up regularly.
Oh, you don't need to. We know. This is our life.
I think it's perfect.
Every
Let's
council
include
has the
that.
same.
But again, I think other councils should be trying to do this and we could collaborate with marketing. So I mean, there's some brilliant images and there's some brilliant photos, but we just have to keep on putting them out there. We need to have that one that, this is the route. I mean, I saw it exactly from Arrowtown to somewhere to Frankton was, got full and then it emptied out and then got full again and then it emptied out. It's, those things happen. If you're, depending on where you're seeing them.
And that's getting into the other marketing
Yeah.
and promotion and stuff that we've covered in terms of
Yeah.
collaborating with other
We've done
agencies and
it,
stuff, which definitely very keen for. But this is just that explaining that we've already written up. We're just saying we want to get it out there as well as in the plan.
Yes,
Right.
Hmm.
correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else in that final wrap up one?
Okay. I'm just looking for a quick
Oh, sorry.
someone to move on that.
Yeah. happy to move.
Yeah.
Happy to see.
Hanson,
So this is these last recommendations. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. So we're done.
That
Do
is for the
we want to move that
editorial ones.
final
Yep.
And
general
then we just gotta
recommendation as
do it
well?
again for
please?
those final ones. Happy to move.
Happy to see.
It's councillor, we're councillor.
Those motions, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried.
Councillor, we'll move. I'll move councillor.
We can now close the hearing. Before I do, I just want to acknowledge and thank my council colleagues, the staff, particularly Jack, and Brian, done a sterling job. pass on thanks to Caitlin, of course, thanks to Lorraine, and Kylie. I don't know, Grace has been with us
Daniel.
and Daniel as well. So it's been a wonderful team effort, and I know that it was just so refreshing to have so much positive comment that fed through this process. You know, I don't know how many council consultation processes I've sat through, but this would be the one that's received the most compliments in my 30 years in local government. So well done to the team. And I think it reflected well on the groundwork that was done early on through the surveys and focus groups, etc. So great work. Well done. Grace, well done. Hey, so thanks everyone. Have a safe journey home. Cheers.